and Innovation Conclave. This conclave comes at a truly defining moment for us. We're living at a time when careers are no longer linear or predictable. They are being reshaped every day by market disruptions, rapid technological advancements, and entirely new models of work. I know many of you here are asking the very real question: what will career success even look like in the next decade? That is precisely why we are here today at this conclave. It's not just about answers, it's about exploration, perspective, and possibility. We are deeply honored to bring together an exceptional group of leaders and thinkers who have navigated change, built institutions, and shaped industries. Through their experiences, we hope to spark new ideas, challenge assumptions, and open ways of thinking about your own journeys. Thank you once again for joining us today. We look forward to an afternoon of insightful discussions, meaningful connections, and a collective exploration of how, together, we can shape the future of work and talent. With this, I'm delighted to invite our distinguished leader, Mr. Puneet Chandok, to take stage and deliver his keynote address. We look forward to hearing his inspiring insights as we open today's event. Mr. Puneet Chandok is the president of Microsoft India and South Asia, where he leads the region's digital transformation through AI and cloud innovation. With a career spanning leadership roles across McKinsey and IBM, he focuses on performance with purpose to drive inclusive growth. Puneet holds an honorary doctorate from the Bennett University and serves on influential boards, including NASSCOM and CII AI Council. Thank you, Puneet, for being here today. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, after that glorious introduction, can only go downhill, but I'll do my best. Before we set this up, any guesses on what is the one profession today that purely safe from AI? One profession on the planet today which is completely safe from AI. Any guesses? Plumbing. Plumbing? Elon Musk is waiting for a problem to be solved. Any guesses? You have the post-lunch slot there, so get the energy up. No guesses? Come on, guys. You want plumbing? Let's go to the diagram. Right. Interesting manual work. Keep guessing, guys. Management? Sorry? Someone in charge of the parameters of the AI. Okay, that's a good one. The only job that's safe today is talking about AI. It's talking about AI, which is what I do for a living almost now. Like, it is, guys. How many of you are feeling restless about the future? Skills, jobs, careers? Okay, let me show me hands, guys. Come on, energy. The ones who've not raised your hands, what are you smoking? But folks, what a time to be alive. As a technologist, the ground beneath my feet shifts every day. And these two macro forces that have been unleashed, we were talking about this over lunch, geopolitics and AI together, are making the world spin like never before. So I'm going to try and have a conversation on that. And I don't want to just talk about AI and tech. I can do that till the cows come home, but I want to have a conversation about you. I'll make it real. Pramath has given me the license to be provocative, so please pardon me. I will be provocative. I can tell you there's no job apocalypse coming. It's not that jobs are going to go away, but I think we should do an honest accounting of our jobs and skills, which is what I'm going to do. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I will put some hypotheses on the table. I might be wrong. I might be stupid, but that's something I've made peace with, so you let me be. So before I dial the clock forward, I thought I'll dial the clock backwards. The world is rebooting. So I went to Copilot, which is my AI assistant. I said, listen, I read a lot, so look at the last 20 years of authors and books, and tell me how the world movie is played out from the lens of authors and books. And this is what it pulled together. Anybody remembers this book, The World is Flat? This was 5th April 2005, Thomas Friedman. Factories were humming and code was flowing across borders. The world seemed simple. To today, when Fareed Zakaria is talking about a post-American world, he's saying democracies look exhausted. Ian Bremmer is talking about a G0 world, which is fascinating. Parag Khanna wrote this fascinating piece. You should read this. He said it's like the global policeman is retired, the neighborhood watch is dissolved, and every house on the row is building bigger walls and throwing stuff at each other. Ian Bremmer is talking about a post-truth world where truth doesn't matter anymore. You don't even know what is true. And Yuval Harari is saying that the world has never looked this clueless. I was in Bangalore yesterday. I was with a startup founder, and he was getting ready for an IPO. They were supposed to go for an IPO this quarter. Given what's happening in the world, they've obviously shifted it out. And I looked him in the eye. I said, listen, what's going on? He's like, I'm just trying to figure out what the new normal is. Like, forget the IPO. I don't know how to go to the market. I just don't know what the new normal is. So that's the world that's going on. But it's not all doom and gloom. We have the largest infrastructure build-out happening on the planet today. $1 billion a day being spent on AI capacity. $1 billion a day. Let that sink in. Deep learning, and I'll talk a little bit about AI, but deep learning is a gift that keeps giving. These models are only getting smarter and cheaper. But the world seems to be playing by a different set of rules. The other thing that's happening is the conversation that's happening around us is quite weird. So I was at the India AI Summit a couple of months ago, a fascinating event. We had both Sam and Dario there, and these are exact quotes that I picked up from both of them. They're both saying that we're close to having a country of geniuses and data centers. A country of geniuses and data centers. I really think it's a wrong conversation to have. I don't think they're overestimating tech. I think they're underestimating humans. They're truly underestimating humans. Human capability is neither finite nor fixed. It's the classic growth mindset, folks. But I think they're truly underestimating humans. I don't think data centers will be country of geniuses. I think we're all geniuses here. It's our ability to learn. So I'll talk about this, folks, in a minute. One of my favorite quotes, this is Sam Harris. He said, intelligence is a beautiful property given only to humans. Unfortunately, he was wrong. You know, what is really disturbing for the human mind today, and especially even for me as I go deeper into this tech, is compute is becoming cognition. Compute is becoming intelligence. There's this myth that there is people, smart people doing algorithms and programming these models. All we are doing is throwing compute at this. And there's a direct, unequivocal relationship between the amount of compute we are pumping in and the amount of intelligence we can create now. And guess what? In the next 3 years, the amount of compute that's going to go into these data centers is 1,000x of what's gone in so far, 1,000x. And we call it compute flops. That's how I count it. Compute flops will be 1,000x of what we've seen so far. And that's the question you have to ask is, why are we building AI? The thesis of AI is to create intelligence through machines. Can machines be as smart as humans or even better? Can we de-link intelligence from biology? All of us are biology. We carry intelligence with us. Can we really do this? The latest frontier models today, the O3 models, there's a test called GPQA. It's called Google Proof Q&A test. If you haven't done it, take it. It's the closest equivalent we have to IQ. The latest O3 models that I looked at last week are at 87% GPQA, which is roughly 150 IQ points. That's Bobby Fischer, Bill Gates, Stephen Hawking. Any guesses on the average IQ of India? Sorry? 99, that's very precise. Any other guesses? Yes, sir. 70? He's right. It's 70 to 80 depending on what you read. The average IQ of our country is roughly 70 to 80. This is a much smarter crowd, so I'll take the average IQ of this room to be 100, 99, 100. The latest models today are at 150. Imagine there's a plug in the wall next to you in a few quarters, I won't say a few years, where you can plug in and get 50 IQ points. Would you do that? Imagine 1 billion Indians getting 50 IQ points. That's the future we're looking at, folks. And that's what I call the future where we'll have access to unmetered intelligence. The plug in the wall is going to become real. We're entering a new reality, folks. In the business world today, in the corporate world, or even in academics, right? If you have to solve a problem, what do? You put a team together, a bunch of people, you put a manager or somebody, team leader, and they go solve the problem. We're entering a new reality where you'll buy intelligence like a commodity, like you buy electricity, like you buy anything else. you potentially will have the ability to manage infinite minds. And by the way, AI is a terrific leveler, right? Which is all of you already have a PhD level researcher, an analyst, a consultant in your pockets, a lawyer, a doctor, depends on how you're using it. But that's the new reality, folks. And that will change, if intelligence is available on tap, that'll change pretty much how everything runs. Every business today is a bundle of intelligence. Microsoft is a bundle of intelligence and expertise. Ashoka is a bundle of intelligence and expertise. Upgrad is. But if intelligence is available on tap, it rewires how we run businesses, folks. It changes the economics of business. It changes the way we run businesses. So why are we here today? Enough interesting stuff. Any Superman fans in the crowd? So I'll do a little bit of Superman jokes. We'll pick it up. But if you were Clark Kent today, even you should be worried. If he's not using AI, he'll have a problem. But in a world which is so unfamiliar, and the two macro forces that I spoke about, geopolitics and AI getting unleashed together, you don't chase where the ball is, you chase where the ball's going to be. So I will put myself out there and I'll show you 7 predictions on what's going to happen to future of work. I'll be provocative, and Pramath's given me the permission to be stupid and provocative, so I will really provoke you. And then I just don't want to leave it there. I want to also give you 3 ideas on how you can be on the better side of this, how you can be on the table, not on the menu. And I will try and get that going. We should not just look at job vulnerability, we should also look at human skills that are required to make sense of this. But I can tell you one thing, the old math won't work for this new world, and I'll tell you what the new math looks like. So let's start with the future of work and my 7 predictions. I might be wrong once again, but I'll start with the Hollywood model. That's how Hollywood works, or even Bollywood works. You're shooting a movie or a scene, and Ronnie's there, so who better to speak about this? You get a crew together, you shoot a scene, you shoot a movie, you shoot an episode, you go away. That's what is already happening at work, folks. It's already happening. For generations, we've defined jobs and job titles as the atomic unit of work, but that's not how work gets done. My work is a bundle of tasks. I do 10 or 12 things a day, hopefully on a good day, which are relevant and important. My job is a bundle of tasks, and what AI is going to do is really unbundle it. It's not going to kill my job. It's really going to unbundle it. When you have to think about everything you do in life will be a collection of tasks, that when AI unbundles it, what has really happened to those tasks? The org charts that we're used to, and by the way, the org charts started as trees where information used to flow up in organizations. Then they became pyramids when decision-making used to come down. All of that will break. So if your job gets unbundled into a set of tasks, my job gets unbundled into 12 things that need to be done, any of you who've got skills to do those 12 things should be able to do it. Why does Microsoft need somebody to run the business? Why do you need a president title in the country? That's what's going to happen. And by the way, the interesting thing, when jobs get unbundled, we have to bundle ourselves much better. When AI strips away the drudgery of work, I'll tell you another quick story. I met somebody a few weeks ago. She's an ex-consultant. She's in a job, and she came for a 30-minute meeting. First 25 minutes she spent explaining her job to me. Not because her job was complicated, but because she was trying to convince me and herself that her job exists. Her job was, I do cross-functional alignment of people. I still don't even remember. I said, listen, you're human interface between systems that should talk to each other. Like, what the hell are you doing? There's a fascinating book called Bullshit Jobs. You should read that as well. But he talks about how updating 3 Excel files and writing 7 emails and attending 2 meetings a day feels like work. It's not work. AI is going to strip that drudgery out, folks. It's really going to expose you. So think about this. The first thing is really think about jobs as a bundle of tasks, not as jobs. And by the way, when AI unbundles it, AI is going to do 3 things. First, it's going to really look at stuff that only AI can do. And by the way, if you don't know this bucket, if you don't know what part of your job only AI can do, you have a problem. You have to fill this bucket up quickly. Second, stuff that you can do with AI. How do you really up-level yourself? Are you creating more? Are you building more? Are you designing more? Are you going deeper in stuff with AI? And third is the stuff that you can do yourself, just by yourself, which is truly distinctive. Forget job titles, forget job descriptions, forget consultant and banker and investment analyst. Like my job, my title is a complete farce. I do a lot of storytelling. I started by saying AI is good storytelling for me. I build alliances, I build people together. I counsel some CEOs and try and get business going. I do stuff for the country and move the country forward with AI and infrastructure. Like that's what my job is. My title doesn't make any sense. But that's the world we're entering for. So think about these 3 buckets as AI unbundles the jobs. Prediction number 2. We all used to bell curves. HR folks should be. That's how a typical bell curve in any organization looks like. What AI is going to do is it's going to shift this towards the right. You go to any hospital in the country today, you'll typically notice that the first year doctors are out of work, the 20th year doctors are out of time. I took my mom there recently. The 20th year doctor is completely out of time. He has no time, and the first year doctors are sitting outside taking notes. We spent 40 minutes with 3 junior doctors who were just talking to us with no value add because they were preparing the senior doctor so that the senior doctor can save 2 minutes. We're now building co-pilots for doctors with Apollo hospitals. We're truly building co-pilots for doctors so that the first year doctor can have as much expertise, as much information, as much judgment like the 20th year doctor who was waiting in the room to meet us. And that's why AI will reduce the floor and raise the ceiling. It'll cut the cord between knowledge and agency. You don't need 20 years of experience to be a senior doctor who can see my mom. By the way, same is true for lawyers. First year lawyers, grunt work. Same is true for consultants. Same is true for professors. It's true for every profession, folks. So AI will cut the cord. You will not need 20 years of experience or X years of experience to run Microsoft or do something else. AI will give you the ability to start much earlier. So reduce the floor, you start earlier and raise the ceiling because the 20th year doctor can do so much more now. He's not doing the grunt work at all. Okay, prediction number 3. We're all used to physical colleagues in classes, in colleges, and at work. We're now entering the era of digital colleagues, folks. Intelligence is 2 things: predicting the world, which is what these models are doing, which I spoke about, the IQ points, but also acting on it. If you can just think, that's not intelligence. And that's why these digital colleagues are joining the workforce already. It's already happening, folks. And the real unlock is going to come on AI when it moves from a tool on your phone to a digital colleague to a teammate. So the first pattern we are seeing is assistance. So my co-pilot created that Thomas Friedman story on the books. So that's typical simple task, repetitive task. I'm fully in control. AI is assisting me. The second pattern that's coming together is when human agent teams are working together. And this next generation of agents, and I call them digital colleagues, these are agents that we're building. They're truly autonomous. They have 3 things. They have perception, they have cognition, they have agency. They see everything I see. They have intelligence, 150 IQ points, and they can act. They can act on my behalf with my permission, but not my involvement. And believe me, this is magical, folks. This is where magic starts to happen. They can goal seek through a massively noisy environment, go get stuff done and come back to me and say, hey boss, I've got something useful for you. That's the digital colleagues that are coming in. And then it gets really interesting when agents start working together. This human in the loop term, I'm sure you've heard this. It's a very good consulting jargon. I was telling somebody, human in the loop is interesting, but agents work 24/7. Humans work Monday to Friday. What happens when you come on Monday morning and the agent has already done a lot of interesting stuff? But that's what's happening, folks. This is where, and now we have long-running agents that can run for the latest generation of agents that we built at Microsoft, 8 hours, long-running tasks, long horizon things. It's not just one task or activity, they can do stuff for you over time. And imagine a world where companies will command an unlimited army of these digital colleagues or agents with some human colleagues here and there. Right? That's how this is going to play out, folks. So this is exponential scale. This is radical efficiency. It's coming near autonomous operations. And by the way, this is not theoretical. It's already real. This is my office, my team. And I'll just show you. This is Rishi who runs my office. We have 6 people in the team, 4 physical colleagues, 2 digital colleagues. We have Tara. Basically, it's a rapid response. Every meeting I do, Tara's job is to pick up all the context, get me prepared for the meeting, get the minutes out, follow the actions, make sure everybody in my team is doing what they're supposed to do. PC.ai is a replica of me. Anybody at Microsoft, 25,000 people can go to PC.ai and talk to me. Sometimes even smarter than me. What they've done is they've just trained PC.ai on everything I've done in life. Every presentation, every meeting, every context. And PC.ai is even more effective than me. So folks, this is not theory, it's real. Prediction 4, and this is very interesting, LinkedIn data. But before that, a quick story. Ernest Hemingway wrote this fascinating book called The Sun Also Rises. Anybody's read it? Really old book. But there's a character in that book, Pramath, probably you've read it. The character is a guy called Mike, and Mike is asked a question. And Mike is having a lot of financial trouble. So Mike is asked the question, how did you go bankrupt, Mike? How did you go bankrupt? And Mike thinks about it deeply and then says 2 ways. Gradually and then suddenly. Gradually and then suddenly. That's what's happening to jobs, folks. So I was hired at Microsoft 2.5 years to run the business. The skills that were required, which I'd met at that time, 25% of those skills have already changed. So I'm already 25% redundant, unless I've learned. The next few years will be 65%. The good news for you folks, the next generation of talent that will be hired, if you have the AI skills, you have a much better shot. Much better shot. People don't want to hire anybody today who doesn't have the AI skills. And if you have AI skills, even as an early career person, they'll hire you more than hire you above people who've got more experience but don't have the AI skills. So again, you will not lose jobs to AI, you will lose jobs to somebody who knows AI. You plus AI is a winning formula. You without AI, I can't say. Okay? Prediction 5, companies will not just hire you, they'll hire you and your AI. The AI that you're seeing today is very generic. What you see on ChatGPT or Anthropic or Perplexity or Grok, there's a little bit of personalization, but it's less than 1% of what it needs to be. But in the next few quarters, and I don't say years, in the next few quarters, your AI will become very personalized. It'll be Puneet plus Puneet's AI, Pramath plus Pramath's AI, Ronnie plus Ronnie's AI. And that Ronnie's replica would know everything about Ronnie and will have a lot more intelligence. So when Ronnie doesn't need a job, I probably do, but if I go out for a job, people will hire me based on not just my resume, but my AI. And it'll be a fascinating world, folks. And people will hire you not just because of what's sitting on your resume and what you think you can do. They will hire you on real skills of what you've really done. Execution, building, what have you really built with this tech? Don't come and just talk about it. Right, so just think about this, folks. And I can imagine next year, LinkedIn, by the way, is a Microsoft product. Next year, we'll have people advertising themselves and their AI. Pretty much going to happen. And social media will then become your new resume, which will be quite interesting. Okay, prediction 6. We were talking about computer science and coding over lunch. That's the first use case AI is going after. We all know this. A third of our code at Microsoft today is written by AI. So coding is obviously the first natural candidate. But the next candidate that's going to go out, that AI is going after, is this managerial class. This managerial playbook that we're all used to, it's becoming obsolete because what managers do is forecasting, planning, tracking, checking, all of that's the stuff that AI is eating. And James Burnham had this fascinating theory. He spoke about the 2 phases of capitalism. I'm adding a 3rd phase of capitalism. But he spoke about the first phase of capitalism, which was name on the door capitalism. Right? Henry Ford built Ford, and just because of Henry Ford, the company ran. But very quickly, we entered a world of managerial capitalism, right? Because the Henry Ford model couldn't scale, right? It couldn't handle the complexity. You needed professional managers. And you had this managerial class come in, which was bureaucratic, which was, by the way, they had no domain knowledge. All they knew was management. All they knew was management, no domain. And that gave birth to business schools, that gave birth to Harvard, that gave birth to consulting firms, the whole management as a profession. And it was inevitable, folks. It was truly inevitable because you couldn't run something that scaled just by the name on the door. But with AI, we potentially have now a 3rd phase coming in. This is a new formula, folks, where you can get best of both worlds. And that's what the VCs have been doing forever, right? They've been fighting this managerial world. They're always going and betting on the next Elon Musk and the next Henry Ford. But if VCs have their way, the 3rd phase is coming. Well, I was talking to somebody the other day, Anthropic today has roughly 2,500 people. 2,500 people. Close to $50 billion in top line. I met a founder yesterday in Bangalore. He's gone from 0 to 100 million ARR in 8 months. Company called Emergent. 0 to 100 million ARR in 8 months. He probably has 14 or 15 people in the company. Right, so that's a new world we're entering, folks. So just keep that in mind. It becomes very interesting when this happens. And I thought I'll show you another picture. This is my favorite picture. Satya was here in December. So this is one of the meetings we did. It was a 20-minute meeting, but 15 minutes Satya spent in that meeting on his phone showing demos that he was building on AI. And I walked out of the room and I said, if the CEO of a $3 trillion company can build demos and show demos in meetings, what the hell am I doing? And I was with Satya 2 weeks ago. He does this once a year offsite, and he said something fascinating. He said, if I can get past my incompetence, I'll be an IC once again. You know what IC is? Individual contributors. IC versus managers. He said, if I can get past my competence, and he got all the leaders together, he said, you bloody go back and become ICs. At least half your day should be ICs, which means roll up your sleeves and get shit done. Build. Don't sit and manage. And you need brutal intellectual honesty on this, folks. It's hard, it's messy. Learning is serial incompetence, folks. We all know this. But think hard about this. This will require a temporary suspension of security. But you have to do this. There is no other option. Grab some water, folks. Don't worry. Okay, so last prediction. It's important to understand what AI is doing. Unlike other tech, AI is not replacing one skill. It's not replacing any one thing. It's getting better at everything at the same time. It's like you teach your kid to play tennis on Friday, on Monday morning your kid is playing golf. And playing bloody well golf. It's a general substitute for cognitive work. The 3 high-value domains that AI has gone after, one is coding, we spoke about that already. Second is knowledge work, which is what I do, and several of you will do. And third is security, because that's another massive rabbit hole. But those are the 3 domains it's going after, but it's getting better at everything at the same time. And for some reason, sometimes I wonder, I'm glad I'm not my son, I'm not my daughter. My son and daughter sitting here. Because my life when I grew up in college, when I was your age or younger, was much simpler. But this conveyor belt of education that we've had, where you have a few choices here and there, but pretty much you're on the conveyor belt, is breaking. And this ladder that you see, which is what we believe corporate careers are, it's like the first few rungs of this ladder are being sawed off with AI. Right? And that creates a fascinating world. And it's, imagine somebody's taken a saw and just cut off the first few. Going back to this co-pilot for doctors and co-pilot for lawyers and co-pilot for professors. If the first year doctors are not required to do the grunt work, what would they do? So the first few rungs have been sawed off, which creates a very interesting dilemma, folks, because if you don't get the grunt work education, how do you build judgment? How do you build taste? How do you build context as a leader? So that's a question that needs to be answered. But think about this, folks. I'm wary of cognitive laziness. One thing that is brought from ancient Rome kingdoms to Silicon Valley companies, the one thing that pulls everybody down, it's hubris. But you think you know what you know? And I can promise you with this tech, you don't know what you know. Right? And Saurabh Mukherjee wrote this fascinating book called The Breaking Point, and he said this post-liberalization promise of you'll work hard, get a degree, get a job, and grow is breaking. Right? So that's my 7th prediction, folks. So let me bring this, one more, and then just related to this, and this is an interesting one. So if the first few rungs of the ladder are being cut off, how do you think about your career? And I took this metaphor of this ladder being cut off, but on the right-hand side is the portfolio career. The idea that your career will be this ladder, which I had or several people had, is over, folks. That's done. Think of your career as wall climbing. And every climb is different, every climber is different. So unlike the ladder where the path was very clear, you had very little degrees of autonomy and options, with wall climbing, you can go anywhere. Right? And you climb, you pick something and your other hand is free and you can move around. To me, that's a feature, not a bug. You really can think about going diverse and having multiple things. You're a consultant by the day, or you're a freelancer by the night, but you'll have a portfolio of things that you'll do, folks. And I genuinely believe I'm the last generation to have a long-term stable career. You guys will not have a long-term stable career. You'll have a portfolio of things to do, which will be interesting and exciting. And to me, that's the reason I think it's a feature, not a bug. Don't panic about the perfect career ladder to join after you pass out of Ashoka. Find the right wall to climb and the skills you pick up and the relationships you build and the portfolio you build, folks. Get the right grip strength on this one. It's not about the ladder. It's truly about trying things as you climb the wall. Okay, so those are the 7 predictions, folks. Again, I said I'll provoke you. I might be wrong. But we're truly entering an era of unmetered intelligence. Intelligence on tap. Jobs will get unbundled. They won't get killed directly, but if they get unbundled, you have to bundle yourself much better. You'll not be alone. You'll have digital colleagues coming in. You plus AI wins. You without AI can get replaced. Companies will hire you and your AI. So just think about what you're building. Managers today need to be very uncomfortable. By the Gartner is already saying 20% of the orgs today are thinking about cutting managers by half. And I can tell you they won't miss a heartbeat after doing it. We've done that at Microsoft. We haven't missed a heartbeat. And finally, this post-liberalization promise of a stable career after stable education is no longer true. So think about the portfolio you'll build. Okay, so what does that mean? 3 quick ideas for you as you think about your careers. What do you do with this? If those 7 predictions are roughly right, How do you make sense of it? The old math will not work. Let me show you the new math. I love this image. Somebody shared it with me. It's a lion placed in a paper cage. And I love it because human beings, like this lion, are trapped by the illusions of our own mind. There's a belief of battle going on out there today. Really, and I can see this in Microsoft every day. And we're a tech company. Even we have a belief of battle, folks. So think deeply about the belief you're building, right? It's just going back to betting on human capabilities, not machines. Think about what makes you unique. And by the way, the fascinating piece of work that LinkedIn did, we published a new book called Open to Work. And they did this fascinating piece of work on what are human capabilities, what makes us truly us, what is truly cool about humans. There's not a lot of research on this for some weird reason. And they came up with this very interesting thing. They call it the 5 C's. But they're saying 5 C's, these are the 5 C's at the center of being human. Curiosity, creativity, courage, compassion, communication. This is stuff that AI can't take away. AI is very plain, boring math. It's consistent intelligence. Humans have that spark. So think about the belief you're building. And to me, and I've always believed this in life, belief comes before ability. The world has it wrong. We usually start with ability and we start going AI courses and all of that stuff, which is great. You should do it. But you have to have belief, folks. The most common way people give up their power is by believing that they have no power. Don't do that. Very early in my career, I remember somebody told me that, Puneet, somebody with half your capability, but 5 times the confidence will make 10 times more money in life. It's so bloody true. After 25 years, I've realized that. So don't, folks, just all confidence is required, even on this technology. You need to believe that you can work with AI. AI can work for you. You're truly on the table. You're not on the menu. It's a belief, folks. So think deeply about this. I'll let you read this cartoon quickly. Sounds true. By the way, do you want to see this image of this cheetah wearing a jetpack while inventing electricity and fire at the same time? I built it for you. The reason I built it on Copilot was because I want you to stop wasting time on this, folks. Right? I just want you to stop doing this. This parade of pretenders in AI, we create cool images and write nice poems for people we like and love. That's not AI. This is exactly what you should not be doing. So stop this parade of pretenders when it comes to AI. Focus truly on what matters. No AI washing. Start engaging now with AI, and I'll end with that, but just not with fear for this technology, but with real curiosity and a sense of urgency. That's what you need. Last one, and this is the last metaphor for today. Education, my dad used to say education is like building a house and living in it forever. My grandfather lived like that, my father lived like that, I almost lived like that. But with AI, education is going to be like planting a tent wherever there's an opportunity. It's like daily cardio, it's not that annual marathon. In this AI era, this is what I tell my team, the real pink slip is not automation. That's what people in the corporate world are worried about. It's a refusal to learn, it's a refusal to adapt. So stop relying on, I tell my team, stop relying on being good at your job. If all you can tell me is I can do my stuff faster, I can do more volume, AI can beat you at that. So stop clinging onto what you were hired to do. If your value just purely depends on execution, speed, and volume, then AI can beat you at that. The real differentiator, folks, the real differentiator is 3 things. First, are you truly thinking with AI? Be ambitious with AI, folks. And this is for students and professors. Really treat AI as a reasoning partner, as a thought partner. Truly think with it. And sometimes going back to creating that cheetah image, right? It's like a flying car is in your pocket, but you're using it to do grocery shopping. Stop doing that. It's truly a thought partner for you. Second, build with AI. Going back to this whole piece around managers and all of that stuff, this is the day of people who can truly build. It's a full body contact sport. It's like you can't get fit by watching others go to the gym. I do that all the time. There's a nice club in my gym. I sit there and have coffee every morning. I don't get fit. You have to go to the gym yourself. So you have to build with this, folks. I'm a rusty coder. I used to code 25 years ago. I'm coding again now every day. Build. Truly build. And then third, folks, get AI to work for you. Like a digital colleague, like a teammate. Delegate tasks to AI. Get it to work for you. Define the conditions of the output you need. It can do that already, going back to 150 IQ points. It can really do that. So get on with it. Okay, so 3 things I want to leave you with, folks. 3 ideas. First, it won't kill jobs. It'll unbundle them. The atomic unit of work will not be a job title. It will be a set of tasks, and whoever's best placed to do those tasks will do those. So just really think about this. Second, give up on this concept of a long-term stable career. That concept is gone already. That ship has sailed. Stop clinging on to job descriptions and whatever. Really think about the portfolio of life and career that you'll build, because that's, and by the way, to me, that's a feature. That's the exciting part. Third, change at work and this future of work that I've been talking about will never be as slow as it is today. It's only picking up. People who feel it's moving too fast today, just get ready, folks. AI, what you've seen today is like the first page of the first chapter of the book that's being written. Going back to 1,000 times more compute flops coming in the next 3 years, compute truly becoming cognition, it'll be quite incredible what we build. You and I will feel short of this, folks, and I feel short of what my role demands me to do every day, but that's okay. This will test us. It's supposed to be hard. Embrace it. It's not easy, but embrace it, folks. Growth mindset is truly being put to test. I started with growth mindset. It's being put to test now. The question is, you want to be on the menu, you want to be on the table. So you have to decide what side you're in. And I'll end, folks, like I was telling Pramath and Ronnie over lunch, right? I read this quote this morning, somebody said the job market is so bad, all I can do is follow my dreams. Like, it's never been a better time to follow your dreams, never been a better time to build. You have the power of infinite minds today, folks. Like, I didn't have that when I was your age. You have the power of infinite minds working for you. We've never had that before as a humankind. Make them work. We have the opportunity of a lifetime, folks. India's digital destiny is being written right now. Our digital destinies are being written right now. AI could truly be a boon for people who've got agency. It'll be a trap for people who are acting like victims on this technology. You have the agency. I can promise you, you all have the agency on this one. You have the opportunity of a lifetime ahead of you. So let's get to work with AI and build. Thank you. I know I'm over time, but okay. Sure. Okay.
I'm excited to jump into the next session. Our Fireside chat titled Building Institutions, Lessons for Founders and Entrepreneurs. It's not on. Mr. Ronnie Screwvala is a visionary entrepreneur and a co-founder of Upgrad RSVP Movies and US Sports. Previously, he founded UTV, which became a global media powerhouse under his leadership before its acquisition of Disney. A dedicated philanthropist, he leads the Swadesh Foundation to empower rural communities. He is widely celebrated for his impact on Indian media, education, and social development. A fun fact about Ronnie is that before becoming a major media mogul, he actually started his entrepreneurial journey by manufacturing toothbrushes. Sorry, Ronnie, I had to say that out here. So from toothbrushes to blockbuster movies, it's been quite an inspiring journey. Pramath Sinha is a leading educationist, does not need too much of an introduction. Go ahead.
I think we are a bit crunched for time, so Ronnie will get this started. But yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for doing this. Thank you, Puneet, for that scintillating talk. But it's very special, Ronnie, because of our relationship through Harappa that I'm getting to host you here. So thank you so much for doing this. Very special moment for me. We had a set of questions for you, but now that Puneet has kind of run this train over us, what are your first thoughts? And I know that you are dealing a lot with young people also, and you're seeing some of the reactions that they are having to this whole AI phenomenon. Any top of mind things with what Puneet had to say, or would you like to come back to that and go back to our questions?
No, I'm happy to open with it. We're happy to close with it because somehow everyone thinks it's the elephant in the room, which it is not. I think whenever you get intimidated by progress, that's the first problem that starts there. So I think for everyone here, we need to decode it to figure out exactly what is it that we are concerned about. And if we can break that up a little bit more, we'll actually start harnessing it. Right now, the kind of information flow that's coming to all of us, there is a fair bit of that trepidation, FOMO, a little bit of confusion that's going there. So I think the more, and there is no better institution here when you're studying what you're studying, to be able to actually be a little bit more analytical, break it up into different parts, but really connect of how that's going to affect you. Because right now, the best thing I can talk to with everyone here is connect the dots for yourself in your career. What do you want to do? How is this going to be the wind beneath your wings versus necessarily the headwind that you think you're going to face? So you'll have to connect those dots. The only thing I would say is it's going to be a constant change. So whatever you think you're going to be able to do, if you want to institutionalize that, that's going to be a problem. So one of the things is going to be very nimble in your mind to be able to accept that and harness that. It's your choice whether you want an AI companion at the end of 365 days. Nobody's going to thrust it in front of you. Is it a reality that you have the optionality? Absolutely. Some of you may consider it as an optionality. Some of you may consider it as a necessity. Some of you all may consider it as something that actually gives you a push. So I would say take that into stride, because the next year, 2 years are going to be defining years, whether we want it. And look, the geopolitical situation in the world is not helping our mind space in any case, right? So there is this uncertainty, and then there's the other uncertainty, and many of you all want to travel abroad and want to study. I've got the other certainty of geopolitics, so it's not helping that. And the best way to do it that time is to break it down and simplify it.
Thank you. That does make one stop and think, which is what we
that's
teach.
Also because I don't think anyone, the good part is, I don't think anyone on this side is young or we're young. I think all of us have to recalibrate today. I don't think age is the context here. Whether we've got the next 20 years in our career, the next 60 years in our career, I think it's the same thing. That's the beauty of it.
Let me go back to sort of the questions we had contemplated asking you, Ronnie. And you've had a very unique journey. If you were to look at your successes.
That's a nice polite way. That's a nice polite way to talk about a very jumpy and maybe not connected the dots.
Well, you had the portfolio approach right from the start. It seems like many tents in the forests in that analogy. Forget what AI can or cannot do and how it will be part of our lives. But when you identified these opportunities, and I'm sure there were opportunities that didn't work out as well, are there characteristics to these ideas that tell you this is going to be large or big or something worth putting your effort behind? Or how did that happen? And are there things that could be learnings for others in the room?
Yeah, it's a broad question, but maybe I'll try and break it up into some parts. I think the element of, this myth about total addressable market, the question of you being able to succeed in a total addressable market is actually not that easy. So a lot of people come in there and say, if there is a large TAM, you can do something. But actually, that's really where the herd mentality will creep in faster than everybody else. And you'll be looking at the backside of the person in front of you. So I think you'll have to look at it very, very differently. I think my lower middle class background helped me a lot, because I think my first learning in life was the total lack of entitlement. And I think today you've got AI on one side.
So what does that mean, Ronnie? You should decode that for us.
Yeah. I'm decoding it every day myself, actually, to be honest. But it just grounds you in a very, very different manner. I think my parting line, when I decided I didn't want to work for somebody at a very early stage.
And why did you decide that?
I don't know. I think it's one of those things which it's not something you wake up one morning. I did a job for 3 months with an advertising agency. Actually, I got an award for a campaign for State Bank of India at that particular point in time.
We should add that to his resume.
That was for State Bank of India. But at the end of it, when I came back and I said, I don't think I want to work for somebody else. And for a lower middle class Parsi family, conservative, to actually put that in front of you is quite a big crossroad. But I think after 6 months of everyone adapting to it, the one parting line that my father did, I think, was, look, if you want to go out there and do something, go ahead. We'll be morally behind you. But if anything goes wrong financially, we can't bail you out. We just will not be able to stand by you financially. So that kind of is a great leveler, right? And I think you start life with that sense of low entitlement, and somehow that has just stuck with me for the longest period in time. And I think today, here where everyone is extremely blessed, extremely privileged to be here. You have optionalities far beyond what you can actually look and do. So with that context, if you can just lower your sense of entitlement, because today, even at Upgrad, I do about webinars with 4,000 students on a weekend, and most of the questions then say, yeah, but then what about my job? And I'm saying, who are you asking that question to? Because you'll have to turn inwards. There is no right in which that you said you passed through this means you are entitled to a job in the first place. So I think it's a multiplicity of entitlements. Today, the entitlement is if I want to start something on my own, the sense that I will get funding. If I start with that entitlement, I'm not going to be able to succeed. I'm only going to fail in that context. So I think today, that's for me has been the grounding part.
I only want to keep harping on this because
You
this
want to
is
dig deeper for oil.
No. I think you've done the job, if you will. I think a lot of students also feel that way, right? You know, you are at a top university, you made it, you're paying fees. We see that at Upgrad. You know, I paid you for it.
Sense of pride and sense of self-confidence should not be mixed up with sense of entitlement. They're very, 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 very different things, right? So, of course, your reservoir of self-confidence is going to get you to your next level, whether you like it or not. So we should not mix that up. I'm not saying you need to feel down and out.
Sure.
You just need to feel less entitled. The amount of failures you can pass through. If somebody asks me, what are my worst failures? I say they're still to come. They haven't really happened yet. And I think that's the way, to me, a little bit of a definition of what's my entitlement.
Say that again. That's a very powerful statement to make. Say that again about the failure. That your worst failure.
I think, yeah, for everybody, if somebody asks me what's your worst failure, to me, it's yet to come. And if you say that to yourself, you know your sense of entitlement is going to be very low. Because you're open to everything. All options are on the table.
And so if you to move forward from being somebody who's grounded, and by the way, I've worked with Ronnie and I can vouch for the fact that, you know, he might be very rich and very famous and, you know, doing what he does and all his extraordinary achievements, but he's happy to do the lowest level of work that needs to get done to just build Upgrad. I see the passion and the commitment with which he works. It's truly exemplary and been a real role model. I want to switch gears a little bit and go back to this point, which sort of Puneet started to introduce, and I think the whole AI world seems to be pointing to, is that this idea of portfolio, experimentation, not having one set career. How far do you believe in that? And is that good advice that we are giving these folks? And if not that, what else should we say to them?
Yeah, I guess driving here or getting driven here, I was kind of scratching my head that how controversial do I want to be and how much do I want to do? But do I want to just needle or do I want to go all the way to the acupuncture?
If you look at the
because
controversies,
then you need to move the needle around and then do a lot more to acupuncture.
Our appetite for controversies, Ronnie, is very high. Trust me.
Yeah, but to fuel it is even worse.
Don't say anything political.
Yeah, no. No.
Go ahead, sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. But
no, go ahead.
To your question, yeah.
No, so what advice? I mean, especially around this whole idea of experimenting, having a squiggly career, and being able to manage a portfolio. These are all folks who are going to graduate.
But I think, look, we're talking about the world of outside tools. We're talking about the world where you are going to get a lot more inputs there. But the fact of the matter still remains, and as Puneet said right in the beginning, the intelligence, now and then he cancel only. Well, you can cancel it or you can rub it out. It depends on how you want to do it. Your self-confidence has to believe that you're right there. So I would say with that journey in mind, you need to be a generalist and a specialist at the same time. I think today it's phenomenal that you're pursuing the careers that you are at the depth and the seriousness. When I walked through the library, I could see the differentiation between walking into Ashoka University and what you're studying and what you want to pursue as your careers, and maybe some of the other ones where vocation is much more, speed is much more, the focus for where do I go from here, the career. There are a lot more optionalities. You can see that difference by just walking, because at the end of the day, what is leadership? It's about reading people and reading rooms, right? If you don't read a room, don't read a situation, you're not really a leader. So I think today, whatever you're doing, the context of being a generalist and a specialist, for you to then augment yourself to be able to take all these powerful tools that are going to influence your life, that are going to slightly displace you, slightly depress you in a certain level. But at the same time, if you look at that as opportunities, it's going to change that. So to me, I would say generally here for this room, a generalist and a specialist is what you need to be. And I think going back to an entrepreneur, what I didn't have, if I had studied, my optionality of being an entrepreneur would have lowered, for better or for worse.
If you had studied, oh, your optionality,
if I had done advanced studies, I mean,
more risk averse.
It would have been plan B. And I think as an entrepreneur,
as it was for many of us.
It's very difficult to work with a plan B. Because the minute you have a plan and a plan B, you're going to veer towards plan B, because obviously plan B is a little bit more practical than plan A. But sticking with plan A is one of the most difficult things to do, but when you do them, it becomes a way of life.
Very interesting. Many important points. I do want to make sure that I tell people that you're not making the point that we should all become consultants. Because in Puneet and our days, we said this too, that you should be a generalist and a specialist. But I think you mean it in a very different context. So
Yes, because right now, who are you going to consult? I mean, everyone who needs that advice has got very many different ways.
Has got. We are both involved in education from very different lenses. And there's all this talk about, the big train crash of education. Is education anyway relevant? What it is relevant for? What are your thoughts about that, and what do you see from the upgrad experience, or especially with regard to the large online platform that is getting created with very many different pathways? People have agency to choose what they want. It's a very different model of education from what we are doing here. Any thoughts about that, Ronnie? And by the way, before you answer, what's your drop dead departure time?
No, it's fine. We're doing fine, I think. Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, for me, I think for me personally, education is a 20th century word. Like philanthropy is a 20th century word. Because what's the first image that comes to your mind when you say philanthropy? It's like gray hair, money in the bank, something to give out. That's not what today the reality is when people are giving back in the younger generation. In the similar way, I think it depends on how we view education. But if you just break that up and not treat it in the 20th century way today, I think there's an incredible amount of scope. So I don't think it's about different worlds. It's about how the worlds can actually unite. And if this world today is you want to do it in a physical space, but 3 years later, you're not going to be able to come back. So I think the optionalities that education is giving you is one way to look at that. So I don't see myself at loggerheads or at a different world if I'm looking at online versus offline, or a university with gravitas versus online where you're a little bit more anonymous, because here you've got FaceTime. You can't just walk out of a class. I mean, you could, but you don't normally, and you don't drop out because it's public. In online, if you drop out, it's no big deal. It's anonymous. So you take some of those anonymity things out, but the optionality that it gives you to augment yourself on a daily basis, weekly basis, is massive. And therefore, I don't see it as loggerheads. I see it as an and on an ongoing basis. The other part I would only just say is, yes, whether we like it or not, curriculums have stagnated to a certain level, and people are looking at how we can get that out of the way, because you have certain deadlines in which to meet. So I think the day of what everyone would call extracurricular activities to what really needs to happen here. And we were walking and you mentioned that you have almost a school of entrepreneurship right here, which is quite contrarian to what you would normally do. But that is the left brain, right brain that everyone will have to get used to, because if you're not doing left brain, right brain, yeah, it's like if one knee is going to give you trouble and the other one, you're not going to be able to exercise too well.
So the idea of this being a spectrum and options for folks.
More than ever before.
More than ever before, because you and I didn't have that option, right? And so the young people today can do this and that.
I think I created the optionality. I think I created my optionality, and that's why I go back to entitlement.
Right.
That's where I go back to entitlement. That At that particular stage, I created my optionality. If there
Yeah.
wasn't funding, I created an optionality to start a business. If somebody else had a different point of view, you created that optionality. When you got into a sector that wasn't defined as a sector, you created that optionality. But you could do that because of a low sense of entitlement.
I'd like to open it up for questions in the audience. While you're thinking about your question, I'll just ask Ronnie a couple more till I see hands up. So just give me a shout. Just show me a hand up if you want to ask a question. Ronnie, if somebody was to do a startup today, some of our folks decided that they did want to, how should they be thinking about it? Would you have any advice for them?
I think my first advice to anyone is let's not get intimidated that you have to start at a particular scale or a size. Let the media and the social media pressure that an entrepreneur means, you know, if I haven't skyrocketed and I haven't taken off and I haven't got funding and I haven't got 5 really brainy people, I'm likely not to be the case. Just get that out of your mind, because you're going to have to do what you're comfortable doing at the scale at which you want to do it. So if you ask me that I had a different thing, at that particular point in time, my risk appetite were different, and I was opportunistic and balanced my risks. And I think for somebody who wants to start up, I'm not saying go with your passion, because I think passion is also an overrated word today. It's a very, very overrated word, because if you go suddenly with your passion, which can get quite emotional in that thought process, that's not going to see you very far. But I would urge you strongly that if you're doing it, stop worrying about what scale it's going to be, stop worrying about what you need to do. And one of the best reflections is you have to be your best judge for the first 1 year, 2 years, 3 years of your business. If you're building something as to what an investor thinks, what other people are going to think, everyone outside is coming to back your vision, and you're trying to second guess what other people want to create in their vision so that you can create the business. And I think that's a big flaw, why at least 6 out of 10 businesses don't work, is that conflict of who you're building the business for and what's your conviction to build it.
Thank you. That's very grounded advice. Yeah. You have a bike, and then, yeah, please go ahead.
So, thank you for the talk. I have a question about the optionality bit, especially.
It's working now, go
We
for
can
it.
hear you.
Especially because, yeah, we are in an age of information and we are crammed with a lot of information, and that gives us more options. But here, when we are coming to choose options, we have to even choose our majors and minors, and we get an interest that is built up for all of them, and there is an aptitude that we certainly do build as well. We do have to choose those options, and then it becomes a thing of which one to choose in the current times, and especially with all of them changing every certain years over like half a decade, which one do we actually stick for at least those 5 years is something which becomes a journey, and how to choose that is my question.
Well, all I can say is, and I won't say that just go with your gut over what you want to necessarily do. The fact of the matter is you're going to have to remain and be flexible. If you believe it's an irreversible decision for 5 years, that's a problem, right? So I think you'll have to break that up to figure out what you want to necessarily do. Part of the process is if you can picture yourself 1 year, 2 years down of what you were going to do in this realm versus some optionalities. The problem today is not actually where you are in the crossroad of that confusion. The problem is that 2 months going forward, there are so many more optionalities coming your way that you're constantly questioning your present choice. That, I think, is not going to go away. That's the new normal in many ways, because the optionalities are going to present themselves at a pace you will not. The question is, what's your conviction of yourself and what you necessarily want to do? Because it's like that. I mean, in the young stage, when you start moving your career, and I keep asking people at the young stage, he says, look, I've got promoted. I've said, but are you working for a 10% increase? Are you looking for that next new letter so you can have a dinner table conversation with your parents? Because at the end of 4 years, 4 jobs, you've learned nothing. I'm not saying everyone needs to have 5-year and 10-year tenures today, but at the end of the day, you have to stick with a little bit of your conviction. So to answer your question directly, I would only say, go with it and maintain some flexibility, but the opportunities are going to get thrown at you in very many different ways. You'll have to just keep validating your conviction. It's not an easy answer. There is no black and white answer. The only thing I would say is don't look for somebody else's advice to make your decision today. I think this question of I'll sit down there and your parents telling you at this stage in life, marry this person, I promise you, you'll be happy for the rest of your life. Those days are gone. Similarly, in your career option, that same optionality is gone.
Ronnie, I think implicit in what you're saying, if I may, is and what holds people back and gives them so much anxiety about these decisions is a fear of making the wrong decision.
It will be wrong.
And I think
Yeah,
that's
it will
what
be wrong.
It's your point about the worst failure is
so,
yet to come.
So what are you going to do about that? It might be wrong, but you got another 40, 50 years to make so many more decisions. So what's the big deal? And trust me, after 3 wrong decisions, you'll figure something out. The question is, if someone had to reverse my clock and figure out how many wrong decisions I make, I'm saying at that point in time, because I think this context of hindsight is again a luxury, which comes back to my sense of entitlement. Because if you're entitled, you'll say, oh, in hindsight. But if you're not entitled, who can afford? Because in hindsight, if this happened to me 3 years back, or if I hadn't sold UTV to Disney, no. 40 other things that could have happened during that way. So hindsight is out. So the question of you judging yourself with wrong decisions versus of it being an actual thing is over anxiety, I would say, in today's world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the insightful talk. And as per your journey with scaling up Grad and breaking into a new market and actually trusting your conviction to get your first enterprise client, what was the strategy like? Because you took a big risk. And how did you convert the entire thing to get it into a real business?
The risk of?
The risk of emerging and capturing a new market, the risk of getting your enterprise clients, and the risk of scaling it to make it so big.
Yeah, I mean, look, the commonality for me is that I think in media, what I learned was the importance of storytelling, how impactful that can be with people. But more than that, it was understanding the consumer better. Because the only way in media you can be successful is if you're preempting trends, right? Definitely not following the herd. So when you have that insight over a certain period of time, that's one. And then I think we underrate the element of creativity and the need for creativity, because most of us think creativity is the performing arts. Actually not. Every single task that you're doing, even if it's in the labs that you're sitting there, has an element of creativity. So we underestimate that. And I think that's the other core that I took with me at that stage, where you're constantly every day creating something out of nothing. Because what is a creative process? Whether it is a song or a creative piece or a creative art in one form, or if you're creating something out of, there is that element. So once you have those 2 boxes, you can put that into many, many sectors. My story was at that particular point in time, and after I exited media, we started working with our rural villages, and I used to work a lot in education in rural India, and that's when the penny dropped with me, because the 2 things that made the needle-moving difference for the schools that we were working with there, one, we tried maths, English classes, laboratories, chemistry, everything. Nothing really moved the needle, but we opened a library in each school, and then we did career counseling after 8th, 9th, and 10th standard. Just the very fact that in rural India, here we take it for granted what you would want to do when you grow up. There it's not taken for granted. So those were my penny dropping moments that said I wanted to disrupt something in the field of the 20th century word called education, which I then said, how do we disrupt and try and make it differently? So risks the risk is walking down that step and tripping, and then for 6 weeks having a fractured leg.
Yeah, back there, yeah.
Hello, sir. So I have also been wanting to go into the media field for a decent amount of years now, where I've been trying to build my portfolio in digital marketing, filmmaking. But one thing I'm really afraid of is that since obviously AI and new tools are making it so easy for everyone to start creating, and I've heard a lot that this is kind of a boon for the market as well, because now all you need is creativity and storytelling. But what I'm afraid of is where will the industry then be headed if everyone has the ability to create what they conceptualize? Because there was a huge risk, there was a huge gap first in execution as well. And if we lose that gap, then wouldn't that kind of devalue everyone in the industry, in the media industry, and kind of lower down the rates of people and how much they can earn?
I'm not sure exactly what your full question is, but if you're saying in this element of media, creativity, etc., where does that AI play a role? Look, I'm saying James Cameron did Avatar way before most of this came about. So I think it all depends on how you want to do it. Is AI going to augment, make it easier? Yes. Is it going to break the writer's block? Yes. When you're creating something out of nothing, to be able to have a powerful tool which Puneet described, that somebody will be there. In the creative field, to have that is like breaking every single block that you have in your mind. That will augment it. But it also gives you optionality. It democratized that. OTT today has democratized storytelling in a manner in which you could only do it either in one particular form or the other. Microdramas and what you're doing and social media has further democratized that. So if you take this again, I'm not talking about media, you can look at that in every sector. You will find this similarity, nothing to do with media, but in every sector, where you'll find those by-lanes of opportunity today. And that's where the treasure troves are, because the main roads are, again, the herd mentality. It's the by-roads that will make that. So the optionality for new directors to actually, instead of waiting 5 years to create a piece of work, you now have the optionality to do it because you have the accessibility, you have the cost, you can get in a few artists, and you can do whatever you want to do, and you have platforms to do it in. That's how it's opening it up. But does that mean that if James Cameron wants to make his version of the next one, does he have to follow that? And is he getting displaced or irrelevant? Not at all. But,
yeah.
Sorry, and just again, I would say put this into context into the careers you want to do, because it's not just to do with media.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's true for most careers, what you are describing, which is the main herd. Everybody wants to be a digital marketer, everybody wants to be providing those kinds. Suddenly now, that is too crowded. Now you have to compete with AI. So now you have to find by lanes. And I think that's the judgment call that you have to make. Shruti?
A leader is someone who reads a room and who reads situation. I wanted to know from your point of view, what are the things that go on when one reads a room? And how have you created your own leadership style? Have you eliminated few stuff? Have you included few stuff? And what Puneet was talking about AI, this is a very human skill to build on, to read something, right? How do you think young professionals can build their own persona when it comes to a leadership style in 2026 with what's going on?
Yeah, but it is a very personal thing. It's a very good question, but it's a very reflective question is what I would say to you, because it's a very personal thing. The very fact that you've identified that is quite important, the very fact that you picked that up. I think reading the room, firstly, reading the room means you have to talk less. Because you can't read the room if you're talking all the time, right? So obviously, second is, you're not going there with preconceived notions on anything else. You're only going to be able to read a room if you're open-minded, and you therefore want to see what else is everyone thinking, and not in a very genuine manner. So I think the genuineness of you wanting to understand and come to a better conclusion than most people in that room forces you to then figure out, because that is a characteristic. If you had that, you're going to be able to preempt. You're going to be able to preempt whether the person is going to be a team member or not, whether that person is going to leave or stay, whether that person is going to be able to make that kind of difference or not, whether you're loading that person up for 10 times more responsibility than what they need to do. So that's one part. The second part, I think, is when you're reading a situation in a room, it is making you sort of reflect as to the feasibility of that and the nimbleness with which you want to do things. Why do you want to read a room? Because you want to keep all options open and you want to be nimble. And I think that is where I think if I have the AI companion, that yin and yang is going to be the best combination. If both are yin, we have a problem, and if both are yang, we're going to have a problem.
I think we should wrap it up now. Priyanka, one more question, okay? Does anybody have a question? If not, I have a question.
Oh,
yeah.
There was one. Oh. Can I ask the question?
Who has the mic? Raise your hand.
Here. The mic is this side.
I can't see you. Sorry.
Hi. Sir, I had a question. This is in context not to upgrade but Unacademy. What are the 3 to 5 skill sets that you think now can differentiate an educator and make them relevant on a platform like an Unacademy, for the next 3 to 5 years, considering one of the differentiators that they had previously was their content delivery and their notes, but that's completely democratized. So in that particular case, what do you think, an educator would keep the pot boiling and make sure that they're still relevant in the upcoming 3 to 5 years? So what would be the differentiator for them?
But you've got a few people today. I'm not the expert to give you this answer, but I'll try and do it the best way I can without getting into whether it's Unacademy or whether it's Physicswala or whether it's... but I think the connect today that teachers have is the best power, right? I mean, the fact... And I'm saying that because I moved from media to education, and to me, storytelling was the thing that I carried with me. Because the two professors, you will remember more than the subject matters of that. So I would say the professors and the teachers that today still can connect. So when you see an Alak Pandey communicating with that Bharat that he does, it's the emotional connect that makes you feel I'm part of you. So I think today teaching is going to be as much about the facts and this thing, but the teachers who are actually now trying to be a lot more personable, a lot more able to connect, and being relevant. Today, I think for everybody here, the most important part of everything you want to learn is what's the context? Because everything has to have a context, and that's what everyone is demanding here. Why are you sitting here in this room and not walking out? Because you're trying to figure out what's my context. And also when you're learning a 1-hour lecture, at the end of the day, it's nuggets. If you remember 2 things from our last 30-minute conversation, that's good enough, right? You're not going to remember the whole conversation. Nobody expects it any other way. So I think this ability to be able to connect, to bring about those the best teachers are the ones who hold on to that 1 or 2 topics so that you kind of go there, go around the room, and then come back again to those 2 points, I think makes a big impact.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you so much. This was fascinating. I do want to just ask the question about Swades. I mean, that's a very unusual thing that you started, and it wasn't at the end of your sort of commercial pursuits and your any pointers on how to think about giving back as a young person, and is there a time that it should ideally happen? Should people start thinking about it?
You should think about it at all. I think it has to be part of it's part of your non-entitlement of life. So, and I don't think it was anything unusual actually or serendipitous. It was one of those things which started at a very early stage. And my only narrative is, again, the first time one started one's own company and didn't have any resources, we rented a 10,000 square foot office, and 1,000 square foot, we started our old age home and creche. Don't ask me why, but that was just a conversation that happened with the first few employees. By the way, the first 30 employees I hired in the first company, I had to get interviewed by their parents before they came and joined me. So I think when you look at some of those elements, I think here the question at that particular point in time was, you just wanted to do something. That creche was the culture-setting moment for almost all the work life of the organization for the next 10 years. Because imagine everyone finished, there was this question of work-life balance actually moved down. Nobody had that context because 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, everyone would veer down to the creche, stay there till 9 o'clock. The best relationships were formed there. So I think that was the story there. So I think starting young was, my daughter went to USC, did a film school at the best university, came back, did one film with Shekhar Kapoor and Rakesh Omkarakash Mehra for 100 years of Indian cinema, walked into my room and said, I'm done, I don't want to do film, I want to do a not-for-profit. So I think each one has their own will and what you want to do. But today, if you can add that element of some sense of giving back, it balances you off in an incredible way. And I just want to tell you, it's not about resources. You know, it's the US capitalistic markets that will tell you 2% of GDP goes to charity and India does 0.2%. That 2%, 80 or 90% of that goes to universities and colleges for grant, who then go into the stock markets, and the other goes to the church. Here, I think the 2%, 0.2% becomes 20% just on sweat equity. And that's what I think young India really needs to do, because that balance is going to give us culture, because we're not going to be a Viksit Bharat based on what America is or what China is. We have to find our own definition of what the modern, and that's what you all are here for. You all are going to walk into 2047. If there isn't a mix and a balance, there is no developed nation. It's not about per capita income does not define a developed nation. It's the mix and match and the humaneness that does that.
What a lovely message to leave us with. Thank you very much, Ronnie.
Thank you, Ronnie, Pramath. Thank you, Puneet, for that very insightful discussion. You've left us with a lot of food for thought. Just as a token of our appreciation, Arjuman, will you please hand over the gifts to the 3 gentlemen? Puneet, there's a bunch of students waiting for you for an interaction, small group, so my team will take you there. Arjuman, you need to hand over the gift to Puneet as well. Myntra, Flipkart, and Wipro. He currently partners with emerging consumer brands to drive scale and operational excellence. And Arnav has over 5 years in VC and innovation, notably leading 5 investments at Bertelsmann India across healthcare and edtech. He currently leads Merck & Co. Idea Studio Asia Pacific, building regional healthcare ventures. Recently, a VP strategy at Rosanna, focusing on rural commerce. Arnav is going to be going very shortly to Harvard Business School. So congratulations on that, Arnav, and over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dipanjan. Thank you for sparing the time. Thank you, everybody, for making the time. Before I start, can I get a show of hands on how many of you are interested in making a career in VC? There you go. Right. So I think, Dipanjan, you had a fairly interesting journey, right? Starting with qualifying as a CA and then spending over a decade at Wipro, and then finally even as CFO of Myntra Jabong. So while there's no set path on how to enter VC, what advice do you have for the students here on what they should think about when they're trying to craft a career in VC?
Yeah, thanks for having me here, and great to chat with you, Arnav. And maybe let me, before I answer you, it was a very fascinating session by Ronnie, and a very fascinating session by Ronnie. And let me start, and I'll answer your question, and there are linkages. While he was the movie man, but let me start with an example of what he mentioned about not being entitled, and why, whether you're a VC or a startup founder, it's very important for that mindset. So this is one of my favorite movies, is Dark Knight Rises. How many of you have seen Dark Knight Rises? Right? So most of you have seen, right? So if you heard what Ronnie said, if you remember that scene where Christian Bale wants to jump out of the jail, right? And the advice he gets is, if you really want to get out, you have to jump without the rope, right? I think what I'm going to talk about today, not only about VC but the startup ecosystem, is how do you really want to, if you want to really achieve, jump without the rope, right? And that's, I think, the fundamental of the startup economy. I would jump to your question. I would say there's no playbook. I would firstly say that don't join VCs. And we have entrepreneurs. You'll hear Arpana and Ahana talking about become a founder. Right, and at some point of time, the VC, if it makes sense, you should do that. But let me decode what I meant by that. 10 years back, India had about 300 startups. 2015, right? When I was in Flipkart was not really a startup, but Myntra, Flipkart, Jabong, they were just starting up. 2020, India had about 10,000 startups a year. 2025, we have 40,000 startups a year. By 2030, I think we'll have 1 million startups a year, starting a year, right? And and you heard Puneet talk about the AI. I think this is a great time where each of us can be entrepreneurs, right? And this is a huge opportunity which we have in front of us. AI or no AI, it doesn't matter. I think there's a huge opportunity to be an entrepreneur. Now that entrepreneurship has two coins. There is an investor and there is a founder, right? Now it's a choice, you have to reflect yourself and say which side your skill sets, your approach suits the best. If it is about, really building something, creating a legacy, then you be a founder. If you want to be really an enabler and you know how to read businesses, at some point you should be a VC. But I would not recommend folks to join VCs at the beginning of the career because it has different codes of what you need to do, learn. To be an operator first, founder first, you can always become a VC.
No, fair enough. That's very insightful. But building on that, so an investor DNA and an operator DNA, do you think they're two different things, or can the same person have both?
The times are changing, right? And my journey is not really a reflection of what one should do. It was not planned. It happened. Ecosystem evolved. But I would say where venture ecosystem is moving, is all about specialization. So like we are a consumer focused fund. So all we know and understand is about consumers. Right? If we don't understand the business of consumers, we can't be good VCs, right? But today, if you ask me to judge and invest in an AI company, I don't think I'll be the right person to do that, right? Because I don't know enough. But there are other people who are experts in tech, AI. I mean, they would be the right people to do it. I would say, therefore, investing, unless you're a public market investor or you're a financial investor, that's not really what venture is. But if you want to be a venture investor, you need to specialize in some industry. Either you can say, I know a tech better, I know consumer better, I know financial services, I know manufacturing, right? And those are the domain capabilities with which specialized VC firms will emerge. And the best founders today goes to specialized VC fund, right? If you're building in consumer, you'll most likely wanting to work with someone like Fireside or DSG or some of the other consumer funds. If you're a AI founder, you would like to work with maybe a Peak 15 or Axel or some such firms. So therefore, operating and investing is kind of getting merged, but there is a capability, a skill set which is required for investing and for operating. Those are very different. Right? And that is the nuance which one has to understand. But domain understanding is very, very important both for operating and investing, and that's the future.
Interesting. So what's your take on then people becoming VCs from generalist roles like consulting, banking, or do you think there's a much better path to build the specialized skill set that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my friends are ex-consulting. I would say even consulting is becoming specialized. Today, I don't think you can say I'm a general consulting or a management consulting, right? Today, you are consulting in financial services, regulatory, supply chain, logistics. So I would say it's not as much consulting to, a VC. I would say do a specialization and then move, right? Pure generalist, as you heard today from Puneet and others, I think there is no role for a pure generalist, right? So you build your capability around some domain. It could be logistics, it could be financial services, it could be consumer, right? But without that domain knowledge, I think whether you're doing consulting or you're doing general investing, I think about that. You are a founder, you're talking to a founder who is a specialist, right? For your right to have a right conversation with a founder, you need to know the subject, and you don't need deep knowledge. You don't need to spend 20 years. Today, with all the tools and capabilities, that journey is much shortened, right? But you still need to have a right to have that intelligent conversation, and for that, domain specialization is important.
No, absolutely. In fact, I'll take another show of hands of how many of you going to work at startups have already been placed at startups or want to work in startups in the next 6 odd months. Okay, so that's again an impressive start. What do you think these students who are going to enter the startup field should be ready for when they go on their journey of becoming specialists, becoming domain experts?
No, that's a great question, and I would love to hear more questions from you, and we can make it more interactive. But I would say, look, the domain specialization is important, but what is changing with more and more AI and information is that the journey can become shorter. But what do we look for in startup founders more than a specialization is actually resilience, right? What we see going down over a period of time is resilience, right? So our best companies, the best founders who have built something great, is not somebody who is the highest IQ, is not somebody who has built a great team. It is somebody who is the most resilient. Who it's a very hard journey. I can tell you, sometimes it's very fancy to say, hey, you're a startup founder, you're a VC investor, but believe me, most time we deal with hardships. Most time we see companies running out of money, they don't know what next. Suddenly COVID came, then now this war is going on. The uncertainties are amazing. But what I personally get inspired by is when we talk to founders and say, it doesn't matter, till something, we'll figure it out. This quarter aisa hua hai, agle quarter will do better, right? And that is really the spirit. And this spirit, I don't know whether it is experience. It need not be, it cannot be taught in a classroom. But if any of you who are looking for, starting up, I think the only learning could be resilience and don't feel entitled, right? And don't give up, right? I think that's the only two thing which get founders going, and we learn from them every day.
No, absolutely. In fact, you're absolutely right. You probably see more failure than success in the startup industry on a day-to-day basis. But how do you look at second-time founders as well? Is there a perspective within Fireside on backing second-time founders, preferring second-time founders? Is there any sort of inclination towards that?
See, again, let me give some statistics, which is very interesting, and maybe I'll answer your question indirectly. We've been investing since 2016. We are one of the early Indian-focused VC firms, right? So 2016, a lot of the founders who came, and most of you know people like Varun Alag who built Mamaearth, or Aman Gupta who's built Boat. Those were our first few investments, right? Of course, now they are sharks and famous personalities, but they build businesses on first principles, right? And when we were investing with very less understanding and also on first principles, right? So the first wave of business got built with lot of trial and error, let's figure it out, jugaad and all of that, right? I think then if you look at post-COVID, 2020, 2021, I think a lot of founders who came with much more information. They were not doing as much trial and error, and the playbooks were getting emerged, right? So in our portfolio, we have companies like the Sleep Company or Wellbeing Nutrition or Nat Habit. These are all companies who started around 2020, 21. They scaled. So there was a playbook, capital was available, but they were still, I would say, cautious. They were not disruptive. Today, if you see 2025, 2026, we are really seeing disruption. We are seeing companies, as Puneet talking about companies scaling to $100 million in 8 months. We have, a few of those companies blitzscaling, talking about changing the world. And, India for the first time is talking about molecule level innovation for nutrition and bioscience, right? These were something which we are not hearing earlier, right? And somebody told me Indian startups were all about getting someone from point A to point B, which is actually not wrong, right? Because it's all we have done is e-commerce and quick commerce and so on and so forth. But we are now seeing real innovation in science and technology. So I would say, therefore, it is not so much second-time founder alone. I think it is just the confidence with which people are starting up is mind-blowing, right? It was not something which I have seen 10 years back or 8 years back. That time it was saying, I don't know what will happen, let's do it. Today people are saying, I exactly know what will happen, right? I know, in 2 years from now, of course with AI, I think they may be a little cautious in talking about that. But the confidence with which founders are building, whether it's the first time or second time, and second time founders always have that edge of learning, right? So they know what went wrong, should they have been more resilient, what kind of product market fit they could achieve. So they certainly have that extra bit of experience. So that's really helped, but it's really boils down to the confidence.
Interesting. And building on that, are there any trends or macroeconomic trends that you're keeping your finger on as a consumer VC in India?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, this may be a little bit of the silver lining, and you all heard about, the world is changing, and a lot of opportunity, but a lot of risk. But let me change the narrative a bit, right? India's GDP today is about 4 trillion. Right, give and take, irrespective of war or anything, I think we'll be around a 6 to 7 trillion in 5 years. We are a consumer investor, so if you just take consumption, is 60% of India's GDP, right? So you're talking about $2.5 trillion of consumption today. That is going to be approximately 4 trillion in 5 years or 6 years. So we are talking about a massive growth on economy. Just not on consumption, because when consumption happens, services goes hand in hand, right? I mean, I agree that AI is a big disruptor, but I did, as venture capital, we see as an opportunity, right? We are seeing, like, in a country of billion people, I think we will have 100 million entrepreneurs tomorrow. I mean, that's what I believe India would be in 5 years from now. Genuinely, they don't have to join Microsoft, right? They should start on their own, and that's the opportunity. So if you talk about $1.5 trillion of new consumption, it's a completely new business altogether. It's a completely different ecosystem than 10 years or 15 years back when all of us were starting up or joining startup. When I joined Flipkart, which was not really a small startup, people said that, look, you are doing a career suicide, and socially people used to look down upon you when you say I'm in a startup, right? Today, socially, people look upon you, right, and say you are an entrepreneur. They don't ask whether you are a successful entrepreneur or a not successful entrepreneur. So I would say that the ecosystem has changed, the social fabric of how courtesy to Shark Tank has changed. And therefore, the opportunity which lies in front of us is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We're talking about an economy which is the fastest in the world. We are self-sufficient. Yes, we are a net oil importer, right? Which will continue to have challenges. We cannot suddenly start developing oil. But bearing that, we have the youngest population in India, right? 25% of total consumption in India are powered by people sitting in the room, right? By 2030, 50% of India's total consumption is going to be by Gen Zs and Gen Alpha, which is a completely new way of how they are shopping, they are buying, their behavior, right? So India is going to be in a very, very explosive space, and with the kind of investment we are doing in technology and defense tech and AI and space tech, so we are also going to up our game on technology investment. So combination of both, it's a huge opportunity. And as all of you studying here today and graduating in few years, it couldn't have been a better time, right? I think then the question really is what kind of skills you develop, right? And I would say today that the skills, and somebody asked the question on what course or what subject we should study. I think if I were to, see what we look for when you look for in a startup founder or as an employer, it's not really whether you are a computer science graduate or you're an arts graduate or you're a commerce graduate. It's about what's your EQ, what kind of resilience do you have, what kind of failures have you seen, what kind of hardship, how many hours you have kind of put in, with no complaints, what kind of creative thinking which you can do, which is provocative, which is multi-dimensional. So these are some of the questions which we ask, right? Not like what college did you pass out of? And today 50% of startups in India are not happening from Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. It is happening from small towns where people may or may not have gone to colleges, right? India has been the home ground for entrepreneurs. Now we are calling it entrepreneurs. Earlier we used to call them businessmen, right? But India is truly entrepreneurial, and I think it is time to get back to that old blood which we had kind of given up in the mean time, and that is going to power us in the future.
Very interesting. And since Fireside has historically specialized in the consumer space, any words for potential consumer founders here? How should they think differently, especially because consumer spaces tend to get crowded and competitive?
But how many of you are actually planning to do a consumer startup here?
Just one? Okay.
More. Right. I think let them ask the question. What are they trying to, what are you, thinking of building, and what do you want me to answer? I don't know about cybersecurity, but I can tell you what we look for in founders is what I said. It's just what is the right to win for you as a founder in the space which you are building. Let's say, so if you're building in cybersecurity, my question to you would be, how much do you know about cybersecurity, right? And what do you bring to the table differently than any other founder building cybersecurity, right? So I think that's a very important question, and it goes back to domain knowledge. It goes back to what you're building. So I'll give you an example. A lot of founders who pitch to us on the whole health and nutrition space, right? We have Arpana sitting here, and she'll talk about it. I think when you hear founders going to the depth of talking about nutrition, bioscience, molecule level technology. I think those are the real understanding in the domain. You don't need to be a doctor, right? You don't need to be a specialist in that, but how much you have studied in that subject for you to be convinced that this is the business I'm going to build and I'm going to win in it, versus just catching a trend, versus just saying, hey, a lot of people are building in nutrition, let me also build in nutrition. We have also met many founders. I think 9 out of 10 founders we meet say, in different ways, they are a Me Too kind of an opportunity, right? And that is something which we try to differentiate. So that is what I would urge you, that if you're thinking of cybersecurity as a space, go so deep that you become an authority in that space, and that gives you the right to start there.
Knowledge to get it. So what is the benchmark that investors like Fireside Ventures do that?
I think it's always founders. It's always on the vision of the founder. And I would not agree that today with AI, things have become easier. Things have become faster. So you should not redo, like for example, new product development has become much faster, right? But what to produce, I don't think AI cannot tell you. I think that is your founder's intuition and vision on what you want to create, what kind of organization you want to build, and that is only a founder. So I think Puneet asked one question, which jobs have still not been disrupted by AI. I would say it is the investor and the founder, right? I think everything around it could change, but it is really the ability and the vision which a founder brings to the table is really the job has become easier for you for execution, but not the vision cannot be outsourced. We tend to believe that founders see opportunities faster than any investors see. If I say that I could see something which founders are not seeing, which I'm wrong. I think we learn from what founders build. So I don't think I have an area which I'm looking for. I think we see what founders are building, and that's where we invest.
Yeah, please. If you can just sort of voice it, it'll be fine.
Global mix of LPs, and I think Kanwaljit sir in an interview with the ARC also mentioned that this is like a deliberate next step on the path to institutionalization in the venture landscape in India. So I wanted to ask, what is really, does this have an implication for the startup ecosystem in India, for the people looking to work either in VCs or looking to start startups? Does this institutionalization, I'm not quite sure what that means either, but what does that imply for us? Is there going to be some sort of change in the VC landscape in the next 3 or 4 years as these marquee investors, these big firms like Fireside start to institutionalize, get more global knowledge and more organizational design benefits from these global investors? Will that affect the VC landscape in India?
See, I would say that just to explain what institutionalization means, which means we are not fly-by-night operators, right? Which means we will exist for some time. But what is important, from the context which you ask, and what it means for you and everyone. See, 10 years back, the VC industry was not an industry. So when we started Fireside, and when Kaval initially thought about Fireside, he was working in Helion. That time there were only handful of firms, and there were only handful of US firms like Tiger Global or Axel or Sequoia, who was in India. Those are large firms in the US who opened offices in different countries. But today there are 450 VC firms in India, right? There is IVCA, which is an association which pulls together all VC firms, and we represent the industry. So what institutionalization means, that this is an industry which is here to stay, right? So which means that you can think of a career, which means there is a playbook, there is a path, there is a way to kind of get in, there is a like how it is for any other industry. So it has become an industry, and it is probably today the fastest growing industry in India, which is private capital, and which is actually backing startup ecosystem, right? So startup ecosystem and therefore venture back is a combined industry, and institutionalization means do it with a playbook. Do it. What used to earlier happen is that it's investment decisions were made by the whims and fancies of one or two individuals in a firm, right? So there were term sheets which were given across the table and say, hey, I like the shirt which you're wearing, and here take a money. Now that works when you're putting your own money, right? That is what the angel investor ecosystem is. That is not an institutionalized ecosystem, right? Because you don't know what comes with that money, right? But today, I'm not only talking about Fireside, but any of the firms which have institutional capital, which are large endowments or fund of funds, or even banks in India and life insurance companies. So they expect you to work in a professional and a manner that which you're responsible for third-party money, which makes it a higher bar, and therefore it comes with processes and systems, and therefore it's an industry. So that's what it means.
You said your second question?
Yes, second question was about India's growth story that you were talking about, on how we expect consumption to increase significantly in the next 3 or 4 years. So I wanted to ask the same question about in the context of AI today, and how, like IT, for instance, is something like 7 to 10% of our GDP. And there's a lot of expectation about these sectors getting significantly disrupted with AI. Do you think that could hamper India's consumption or India's growth story? Or is the trend that you're looking forward is that this is not something that's going to, have a significant dent on our, 10% GDP growth and consumption path?
See, services industry is certainly going through a change, and I'm not an expert. You heard Puneet talk about that. But, fundamentally, enabler like AI cannot slow down growth. It fundamentally can only expedite growth, right? What would change is the trajectory of growth, right? Or the shape of that growth. So what I mean by that is to today, a company which is starting up today, and the company would have been $100 million in 2 years' time. How that $100 million gets achieved, the path will change. So the how has changed, not the what, right? And the what is fundamentally lying. The answer lies in in India's richness of demography. The GDP per capita, the investments India is doing in infrastructure, in fundamentally the whole economy, right? So I think my answer is the what will change. What will remain the same. India will grow 7 to 8%. How it will grow might change depending upon what happens in manufacturing, what happens in supply chain, logistics, infrastructure. Remember, India is still an investment-first country, right? I think the way economies will get disrupted in the West is going to be significantly more than what it is going to be in India, because India is fundamentally still investing and growing, right? And with the kind of workforce which we have, something like AI will become an advantage. Like, just imagine, if all of you want to be an AI expert, I can tell you a similar pool of students in the US, right, are not thinking that way, right? And mostly the larger population in US and Europe, they are over 50 years of age. The average age of Japan is 48, right? The average working age of Japan is 48, which means in 10 years of time, they will run out of people to work, right? The median age of India is 27, right? So, there's a tremendous value sitting in the demographic dividend or what India has, and something like AI is only going to enrich it 100x, right? What we could have achieved in 1 year could have now achieved in like 1 month or 1 day, right? And therefore it is a significant opportunity, and therefore more money will go into it. More startups will come. They will grow faster, when and there will be large scale prosperity only if we decide that this is the way to go, right? If we ignore this, then the same demographic dividend will become a huge burden, right? Because then we are suddenly talking about 1 billion people with no jobs. Then you are talking about civil unrest, right? So we are sitting in that massive inflection point, and we are in the business of optimism. So I would say that it is going to go in a way which will prosper India more than it doesn't.
Thank you so much.
Very interesting. Please. Acha. Okay, please.
Yeah, so we've all heard that one of the fastest growing sort of consumer segments is what you call India 2, or what you call it, Fireside, the Bharat consumer. So in terms of what trends have you seen in terms of founders that you've seen that are building for India 2 specifically, and how do you recommend as a founder who wants to build for India 2, how can we approach that story as well?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we have a big report which we have published recently on that. I think the way India 2 is defined is the middle income. It is not so much geography based, but income based. And I think what has happened is the aspiration for every median Indian consumer is the same as affluent Indian consumer. So it's about giving the same product at the affordable price, right? So whether it is health, nutrition, fashion, food, clean label, I think the trends are exactly the same. I think, what are we talking about here as trends is no different than what somebody sitting in Gorakhpur is talking about. But therefore, there is an innovation required in supply chain. There is a reimagination required in manufacturing, right? And create more value in the whole supply chain so that the same products and services can be delivered at the least possible price. And that's really the kind of companies which we are looking for, that can you disrupt supply chain to deliver a high value product at the cheapest possible price.
Perfect. Thank you. I think before we wrap up, I wanted you to do Bodhi Capital. Avi, we have you. Can you just quickly talk about what Bodhi is, and I can ask my question after.
Hi, sir. So I'll just be quick about it. So we're one of India's first and still only fully undergraduate student-led investment fund. We're currently a team about 60-65 students, and we actively meet about 2 to 3 times a year, where we have about 25-30 pitches, and then based on that, we have 4 presidents and portfolio managers who actively make calls, and we invest real money in the market.
Wonderful. We would love to catch up with you.
And just for him and for any other students that are looking to build funds of their own, any words of wisdom?
I started with saying just build good companies. I think there are many people who will build funds. If you build good companies, a lot of funds will come.
100%.
Thank you.
I think that's a great note to end. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I think I'm audible now. Thank you so much, Dipanjan. Such a thought-provoking discussion. And thank you, Arnav, for moderating as well. Your perspectives have truly helped us to look at how technological advancements, market disruption, and evolving models of work are reshaping careers. All right, so with this, now we move on to the most awaited segment of this evening, the student innovation and pitch competition. So for this, we've had over 20 teams present their pitches. They work together to identify a pressing real-world problem and develop an innovative solution, whether that's the startup concept, a tech-enabled intervention, a process improvement, or a scalable social impact idea. The themes were sustainability and environment, health and well-being, technology for social good, financial inclusion and economic empowerment. And after multiple rounds of qualification and iteration, 5 teams have made it to the finals. Now, each of these teams will get 5 minutes to present their pitch, followed by a 4-minute of question answers, if any. And we have our judges over here as well, Dipanjan, of course, Ahana Gautam, and Arpana Shahi as well. Judges, you have been given a reference sheet for scoring. So without any further ado, let's welcome our first team on stage. Do we have Revitalize over here? Great. So Revitalize, a climate solution focused on scalable, high-quality carbon removal credits that are credible enough for real markets. All the best, guys.
clicker? Do we have a clicker?
Six is what was told, so we. All right, no worries. All right, we'll do it. Good afternoon, everybody. How is everyone doing? Hope the afternoon's been nice. I'm Siddharth Chandok.
I'm Alia. I'm Dhwani. And I'm Aditi.
And we're Team Revitalize. Mr. Ronnie Screwvala was with us previously in this afternoon. And we all know that he's been the producer of famous movies like Chennai Express and Uri. Let's assume that Ronnie sir didn't know about OTT platforms like Netflix and Hotstar. Wouldn't that be a big loss of revenue for him that he wouldn't even know about altogether, right? That's exactly what's happening with biochar manufacturers in the carbon credit economy that they're losing out on today. I've thrown two big words at you, carbon credits and biochar. Let's understand those two better first. What is a carbon credit, right? A carbon credit is a claim that you have either prevented the emission or captured the emission of 1 ton of carbon dioxide into the environment, right? This can happen in multiple ways. You can avoid emission by using things like renewable energy, or you can capture existing carbon dioxide by simple things like afforestation. That helps us understand what a carbon credit is. But what is biochar, right? To understand what biochar is, we need to understand how biochar is made. We all know about the agricultural waste that is produced in India after the harvest season, right? When we take this agricultural waste and burn it in a low oxygen environment, this scientific process is called pyrolysis. When you do this in a low oxygen environment, instead of that carbon combusting and releasing CO2, it gets captured in the organic matter itself, leading to carbon capture, right? And 1 ton of biochar can actually sequester 2 to 3 tons of CO2. Currently in India, biochar is only being used as a fertilizer, and manufacturers and farmers don't even know the carbon credit potential of this. Alia will walk us through this further.
So the reason for why exactly we've chosen biochar as a means to redeem carbon credits is this. First of all, it captures way more carbon than other alternatives, and it locks it away for a much longer period of time in the range of 100 to 1,000 plus years. And it's also much more reliable because it's not really vulnerable to fire or decomposition unlike other methods. And because of this, it's also priced much higher than other means like, say, for example, reforestation. Biochar is priced at about $100 to $150 per ton, but reforestation, on the other hand, is just about $10 to $15. And these are some of the reasons for that. First of all, it generates way more revenue than the other means because if at all, if there's volatility in the carbon markets, you can always sell biochar as a means to enhance your soil. And it is proven to enrich your soil in terms of it increases your crop yields, it increases soil water retention and the nutrient quality of the soil. And lastly, it also has a huge advantage in terms of monitoring, reporting and verification, which is in general a huge hassle when it comes to the entire carbon credits market. Because you have to ensure that the amount of carbon that's captured, that's claimed by companies is actually true, right? And in general, it's really expensive and it's a really time-taking process. But with biochar, you can do it much simpler in a much lesser period of time. So if I take the example of reforestation, that requires a lot of satellite monitoring and continuous monitoring for forest fires and deforestation. But for biochar, all you have to do is look at the amount, the inputs in pyrolysis, as well as what kind of temperatures and what kind of conditions were in pyrolysis, and you can determine how much carbon was captured. So it's a very direct and straightforward process. Now we look at the market opportunity. So essentially we're looking at the voluntary carbon credit market, which is where companies who want to enhance their ESG purposes, CSR and net zero pledges, they would basically come to this market and get carbon credits. And this is estimated at about $4 billion. And the global biochar market is in the range of $0.7 to $2 billion with a growth rate of 12%. And within India, this market is at $80 million with about 100 plus large biochar manufacturers with 1,000+ smaller informal manufacturers.
However, there exists a problem of a market failure in this market today. On the buyer side, while there is enough demand, the problem is of trust. They do not trust the credits that exist out there. This exists because, A, there is a lot of demand because of the high regulatory processes that they're under, high ESG regulations that they're under, but the trust deficit exists because there is no way to verify where the credits are coming from and if the sources and the processes are still ongoing. On the seller side, as against that, the problem is of the certification complexity that comes in. So while they do produce biochar, they do not have a way of converting that into credits today. And that is because of the large and tedious processes that are imposed by some of the regulatory bodies, such as VERA. We get to solving this by acting as a missing infrastructure between biochar and carbon credits today. The first two processes describe how biomass gets converted into biochar, as well described by earlier. And now what we bring in is MRV, which is monitoring, reporting, and verifying the biochar that gets produced. And we make use of VERA certification. And then we sell it back to the global buyers, such as the global MNCs, who have real-time access to monitoring the entire project.
So we've understood what we want to do. Let's understand the how now. At Revitalize, we have figured out the most efficient way to carry out this MRV process, right from automatic capturing of data related to pyrolysis to meticulous record keeping and batch sampling, and making sure that all of this is extremely accessible to all stakeholders in the system. This is extremely important for getting those carbon credit certificates from VERA. We have established that we are solving a problem. Let's look at some numbers. So we are taking a very conservative guess of just partnering with one biochar producer in our first year. If we do that, by certain conversion rates, we are able to generate a revenue of about 3.8 crores by the end of second year for the biochar producer by selling the credit. If we capture 5% of that revenue, we make about 19 lakhs. As we scale up in the next year, and again, taking a very conservative number, only partner with 3 organizations, we capture about 57 lakhs. By now, we have understood the process, we have established ourselves in the ecosystem, and we are ready to establish our own biochar facility, which lets us capture the entirety of the carbon credits revenue. Hence, getting our revenues up to 4 crore rupees. Thank you, and let's revitalize the environment together.
Firstly, what a confident pitch. You know, I was just imagining myself when I was in college, and I was like, wow, you kids are rock stars. One question, you showed year 1, year 2, year 3, and this was all rosy picture. What do you think will break when you scale?
So couple of things, right? It starts right from the value chain of biomass to biochar. It depends on a lot of relations we build with biomass supplying companies, right? They have to have the right kind of biomass. We're looking at a particular kind, which is rice stock. That needs to be available at the right quantity at the right time. That needs to be built first. Second, there shouldn't be delays in the entire registration process. VERA is a very massive global authority that does all of this. And they're dealing with a ton of companies trying to get carbon credits, right? So there can be large delays of up to 2 years in getting the credit itself. Lastly is if anything goes wrong with our process of pyrolysis itself, right? If there's a fault on our side, that can be a big challenge.
We didn't spend a lot of time talking about the competitors that you have and how are you going to be better than whatever exists today?
Sure. You want to take that up?
So there are certain competitors in the ecosystem. However, most of them are fairly new, and what they're trying to do is slightly different. There are very few companies that are actually trying to just establish themselves as a MRV, as an MRV service of sorts. So while our competitors are out there trying to figure out the biochar process for themselves, trying to build relations with similar organizations like Vera and Pure Earth, we get an advantage because we are only focusing on this, and we are highly digitalizing our MRV infrastructure first, which is in my opinion and as per our research, the most tedious process of getting the carbon credits. So once we nail that, getting future credits and being able to scale should be relatively easier for us.
I'll just add a couple of points to Dhwani's answer there. Speaking about some particular competitors, right? There's a company called Varaha in India. They recently signed a deal with Google for about 1 lakh tons of CO2 release into the environment. What differentiates us is that Varaha works with farmers at a local level, and they do the pyrolysis at a farm level in an unorganized manner. So you get these small combustion furnaces that maybe are the diameter of this podium here, where the farmers on their farmland can burn their agricultural waste with less oxygen by covering it in some way, and that creates a charcoal-like substance. They have a particular process of verifying that entire thing. But because it's not completely industrialized and that cannot be completely monitored end-to-end, the price they get for that credit is lower, right? So it's in the range of about $10 to $12 per credit. Ours, on the other hand, because it's completely industrialized, gets a much higher rate of about $100 per credit. And we saw that the problem in the industry by itself was that despite coming from certifiable organizations, the trust or verification of these credits is a big hassle in this industry.
No, great pitch. I agree with Anna. Very, very confident. I had learned something new I didn't know about biochar. 2 questions. Why you're not looking at raising equity? And you said it's going to be financed through CSR grants. What are the barriers to growth? Because you showed that there's a huge opportunity, right? But the numbers are a very small percentage of what the opportunity is. So do you think there are not enough customers, or is the supply chain quite tough?
Sure. I can take up the first question. So the entire point is, when we can predict our cash flows largely in sort of an accurate, I wouldn't say it's not easy to predict anything accurately, but there is broadly a better visibility of cash flows in a business like this compared to another. And when you have slightly higher accuracy in those cash flows, you can take debt up that you can service to, at the end of the day, have complete stake of your company that we believe that can create a lot of value in the future, right? Because we know we will generate higher returns than this 11% rate of interest. We believe that taking debt on gives us leeway in the future, right? Secondly, the Indian biochar market is about $80 million, right? So that's almost 720 crore rupees today. And this is just 3-4 years into the process, right? We haven't predicted the kind of word of mouth, more than word of mouth, establishment in the industry, right? Once one single MNC buys from us, it creates a ripple effect in the industry that increases order value by much more, right? So that's why the first few years are pretty slow. The uptake comes in the later years. If anything, you guys want to add for?
There could also be an issue of a larger gestation period that we thought might persist, because the first certification that we might get from Vera or any of these regulatory bodies ends up taking slightly longer than the subsequent verifications that you get. Therefore, we were on the conservative end while predicting our figures.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Team Revitalize. Next up, we have Detecto, a mobility aid for visually impaired people that makes street navigation safer without putting disability on display. Can we have Team Detecto on stage? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are pitching our product, Detector Clip. So what led us to Detector Clip? So according to the World Health Organization, more than 285 million people around the world are visually impaired. Now, existing solutions used to address this were not always suitable because of a variety of reasons.
So to truly understand what was needed, we contacted the Blind Relief Association and the Blind People's Association. So the data presented on the screen clearly states that out of 9 out of 10 visually impaired people have problems with obstacles that are below waist level, while 97% find the cane to be physically tiring. 59% believe the cane to be inaccessible, 67% face terrain issues, and 88% find the cane to draw too much attention.
To address these challenges, we created Detector Clip. Detector Clip is a discrete credit card-sized wearable device that can click onto clothing or accessories and enables safe, independent navigation by detecting both stationary as well as moving obstacles and alerting users through subtle vibrations. It can be paired with Bluetooth earphones, which delivers real-time voice guidance for seamless navigation, and it's designed for flexibility. It works as a standalone device as well as alongside existing aids like a cane, enhancing, not replacing current solutions.
All right, now taking a look at how it works, I'll just give you a general idea of how the device works without getting into the technical bit. We'll get into that a little later. So the device essentially has a primary system that's constantly scanning for obstacles, along with a backup system that activates when the main one fails, just in case it fails. Then the device has smart alerts, which are essentially AI-powered intelligence that distinguishes between different sort of obstacles, such as potholes or an incline. Then you also have voice-activated navigation, which is turn-by-turn directions like Google Maps, and Bluetooth integration, which works with any wireless earphones and feeds information into your ear. Next slide.
So what sets Defector Clip apart from other things that are out there in the market? So it has a GPS, which is very important for avoiding accidents. It also is affordable and is hands-free, as it is a discrete clip-on device, and it has a rechargeable battery. So other products to aid the visually impaired currently exist in the market. However, these products do not fulfill the needs of the consumer, making Detector Clip the most suitable option. To give you a better understanding of this, we compared Detector Clip with some other leading products as displayed on the screen.
So our total addressable market is approximately rupees 1.5 lakh crore, and while 43 million people are completely blind, about 295 million people are moderately to severely visually impaired, highlighting the massive scale of need and opportunity.
Our business model is built around delivering both independence and safety to the visually impaired. Our value proposition is simple. We enable hands-free navigation, improve safety, and enhance independence through smart real-time obstacle detection. We target key decision makers, including family members, caregivers, healthcare professionals, and various organizations that work in accessibility. On the revenue side, we generate income through direct product sales, ongoing technological upgrades, and strategic partnerships. For GTM, our D2C, we'll be doing targeted ads. And they will be audio friendly as well. They will be supported by video testimonials, and the first 100 units we will be selling at discounted rates to incorporate feedback and get our new product to the market. For B2B, we'll be co-branding with NAB, partnerships with government schemes for subsidized bulk sales, and NGO-led live demos to build trust in the initial stages. Through our survey, we also found that in the age groups of 13 to 30 years, 93% of people wanted to try the Detector Clip. On the other hand, senior citizens were a little bit apprehensive. 97% felt it was better than any other aid they've used so far, and 79% were ready to buy it.
Now for our unit economics, we have the BOM cost of 2400, assembly and packaging total to 200, which gives the total cost of goods as 2600. We expect to retail at 4000, which means the gross profit per unit will be 1400. Now, I'll be summarizing in short the financial projections due to time. So our CAC ratio is estimated to be 3:1, assuming 1,500 customers in year 1 and growing our base steadily. We project to end year 5 with 6,000 customers and a profit of 25 lakhs, with the majority of expenses being allocated to overheads, marketing, and R&D.
Okay, so this is our SWOT analysis. Our product's key strengths basically lie in its affordability, the hands-free design, and the discrete form. However, as a new concept, it will require higher marketing efforts to build awareness. And on the opportunity side, there's a huge potential and rising demand and increasing support from NGOs. And at the same time, we face threats such as rapid technological changes and potential resistance to adoption.
All right, now getting into the core functionalities. So the device uses an 80 mega 328 PPU microcontroller with the code hardwired into it. So the microcontroller is connected to an ultrasonic sensor for an input and a buzzer for an output. So it is also connected to an AI coprocessor. So the sensor uses sonar technology to compute the distance between an object and the person. And this distance is then fed into the AI processor, which classifies it based on a fixed threshold and accordingly alerts the user. The device is also powered by a 500 mAh lithium-ion battery along with a backup battery. And it has a lightweight yet high-density 3D printing case. Now the video about to be played will provide you with a visual idea of the development of the product. Could you please play the video? Thank you. So the next video that we'll play will demonstrate our proof of concept by showing how the red light will go off as soon as an object approaches the sensor. So as you can see, the red light goes off as soon as the sensor is approached by an object. And that's basically our proof of concept. The last video is for customer validation, where we actually tested our product out with a visually impaired person. It's the one after this, the next video. It's the video after this.
तो ऐसे अगर आप चलें, अभी मैं सामने हूँ, तो आप जैसे राइट में मुड़ सकते हो, जी हाँ, तो एंड आप इधर मुड़ेंगे तो मैं हूँ, तो आप उधर जाएंगे और तो फिर ऐसा कुछ ये काफ़ी अच्छा है।
So as you can see, as soon as there's a person in front of you, the device beeps, but when there's nothing in front of you obstructing you, the device does not beep, and that's how there's an indication.
Yeah, so DetectorClip also uses recyclable materials, including a silicon-based microcontroller, rechargeable batteries, as well as the biodegradable PLA outer casing, which will minimize environmental impact without compromising our performance.
These are some of our testimonials.
Yeah, sorry, those were some of our testimonials, and that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
So it was nice to see an actual product along with a pitch. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. So that was really nice. So my question is around the cost. So you claim that you will be like around $25 when you said your closest competition is over $200, from what I remember. How would you drastically reduce it, 1/10 of the cost? It wasn't clear to me.
So essentially, there's nothing like our product in the market. What we're seeing currently in the market is these sort of smart canes that have added features onto them. And I think one of the primary reasons that these canes are like so overpriced is essentially because their American products in America. It's a very capitalist market. All of their healthcare technology is very, very overpriced if you look at it. So as compared to those products, I feel that because we're sourcing everything from India, so it's cheaper, and also because the material that we're using for our product, it's not something that's very unique or very expensive or something very like innovative that would need a lot of money. So I feel because of that, we are able to like lower our costs significantly. And I think because our costs are so low, people would be like, we'd be able to penetrate a larger market, which otherwise maybe like these high-end devices would not be able to reach.
Just a quick follow-up question. So in terms of like the core functionality of how it's helping someone who's visually impaired, yours is comparable to a $200 product, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The incredible idea. I think I'm curious from a design standpoint, why didn't you make it like a glass, like glasses? Why it has to be a lot of people don't want to show that they have an additional device on them. So couldn't the design have been smarter?
The design, I think this was because it was a base design. So what we were trying to do was make it a little discreet as opposed to a cane, which is like very out there. So if someone sees a cane, they can very easily identify that it's a visually impaired person, which as we mentioned in our PPT was a very big issue for them. So what we tried to do was make a much smaller device. And I think as like over time, as we as we invest more in research and development, we'll eventually like make the device smaller and smaller and maybe more discreet, like something like a lapel or something of that sort that's very easy to like put on, if that makes sense.
Of a Polaroid camera.
So firstly, like a big salute to the mission. I'm just curious to understand, why did you choose this problem statement? What inspired you to build? It's such a complex problem, and hats off to coming up with a first principle thinking based solution. But what was the inspiration?
Originally when I ideated this product, it was when I was in high school, and we had like gone on a visit to like a very similar center so I live in Lucknow, and there's a blind relief center there, and we'd gone for a visit there as like part of our school curriculum, and that's where I was able to like interact with a lot of these people. And I think just like listening to them, like listening to their struggles and what they're going through, that's how I sort of like ideated this entire product, and that's how it's like reached to this stage today.
You've been working for years on this project, or?
I did this in like 12th grade as part of like a school project of sorts, but I didn't like take it up very extensively until now that I'm in college. I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Mirable, a women's health platform that turns menstrual cycle data into serious clinical signal, not just app data. Can we have Team Mirable please on stage? Thank you.
I know we are crunched on time, so we're going to walk you through this as fast as possible. You'll give us time? Oh, point there. Okay, thank you so much. I think this is the most difficult part to figure out, regardless of whatever tech you're building in the world. Yeah. Perfect. Shesa? Okay. I do see some women in the room now, which I'm very happy about. So I have a question for all of you. Have anyone of you ever used a period tracking app? Can I see a show of hands? Okay. And how many of you have still woken up the next day confused at what's happening to your body because this truly does not make any sense? Okay, that's lovely. So essentially, between all of us, we have a combination of PCOS, PMDD, endo, and everything that you could possibly imagine. And 10 years of hearing the same thing despite being in different geographies, which is, okay, this is our wrong deck. Okay, can we have the updated deck, please? This is not the deck. That's interesting. Or we could just ditch the deck and just tell you about the solution. Perfect. So the one thing we've all constantly heard is it's a lifestyle disorder. Now, that's what basically got us wondering, what does lifestyle disorder truly mean? And that's what was
Does it mean it's my fault? Do I need to eat better, sleep better, socialize more, work less, stress less? And it can't help but put you in a dilemma. But when you really think about it, it's a trilemma between work, health, and lifestyle. Because invariably, your work and your health are going to impact the lifestyle that you live. And the interaction of all three of these pillars miss a vital point, which is our menstrual cycle. Most menstruators typically function on a 28-day cycle where they are bound to have varying levels of mental clarity, mood, energy levels. Yet the world around us is constructed in a way that we are expected to work on a 24-hour cycle. We have to show up as the same version of ourselves every day, work with the same conviction, clarity, have the same mood. And it can't help but put us in a bit of a polarity between us, our biology, and the world around us.
So I want to talk about like where does menstrual cycle sort of fit in between the work that we do, the high performing things that we're expected to show up for, and the lifestyle that we're running parallelly, like how you're sleeping, what kind of food you're like eating. So menstrual cycle, as a lot of menstruators in the room would know, that has various phases. Like there's luteal phase, there's follicular phase, there is menstrual phase, there is ovulation phase. So during these phases, we go through different kind of behaviors. Like on one end, we could be having brain fog, and the other side, we could be performing like we can almost lift somebody and throw them out of the room. So the kind of variability that exists for women is something that sort of is not studied well into, because in the age that where data is sort of studied and interpreted and predicted, why is it that menstrual cycle behaviors are not looked into completely? Because we are doing these high performing tasks without throwing visibility into how we are feeling today, how our sleep was, how our productivity was. So moving to that, I think like all of these observations that we have made has not been made in a vacuum. We've taken a lot of surveys, we've spoken to women in the control groups that we have sort of made and talked to, and we realized that 84% of these women have spoken that they would want to wear a wearable that is like, that specifically logs about their hormonal cycles and their awareness, not just fitness focus, because that is a 24-hour cycle versus what we go through is across 28 days. And 64% report that there is like, variations in their productivity, and 67 say that there's variation in mood, and 54% unfortunately have hormonal conditions like PCOS or PMDD, much like us. So moving ahead.
Moving on to how Mirable actually works, as soon as you put on the ring, we start with continuous biometrics and behavior sensing, but the catch is we're aware of which part of your menstrual cycle you're currently in. So we don't treat every day the same for the user. We understand that sadly women's bodies don't work that way. Instead of static thresholds, we build adaptive baselines that evolve with you. So we're not just collecting data, we're actually understanding it, learning it, and by proxy, understanding you. And that understanding comes from something we love to call our second brain, which is basically an ML model that's trained on menstruator data, grounded in clinical research, designed to recognize patterns across cycles and not just through moments. Over time, this is not just tracking, it becomes so much more. It becomes capturing data to interpreting it, to learning from it, and eventually delivering insights that are specific to you, to your body, and to your cycle. So the ring is just the interface. The real product is this evolving intelligence layer that we are building. What makes Mirable different from other products is essentially that we're not just building another tracker. We're building from the ground up for women's bodies. This is built for menstruators by menstruators, and it turns cycle-linked signals into insights that you can actually use in your everyday life. At the core is our second brain, which learns your personal baseline and moves beyond fertility into a more holistic understanding of women's health. At the same time, we're also deeply privacy first. No ads, no third-party data sharing, because this data is incredibly personal. And finally, the hardware itself is designed as fashion tech, because who wants to wear a ring that's not pretty, right? And if you want continuous data, it has to be something that people actually want to wear. So while others track data, we're trying to build a system that learns from you and grows along with you.
Perfect. So we didn't want to stop talking to you, but I think they're pulling up the correct version of the deck, which has our prototype, which we really would like to show you. But I would like to take a second to just walk you through how is the stack layered. And it's actually an honor for us to be pitching in front of one of the people we look up to who's built Gambit as well. So we do have a wearable ring that starts measuring a lot of these biomarkers, which is then layered with an intelligence engine, which is rooted in women's health data. So not only is this data being captured towards a recovery score, it's actually being put through a whole filter of what does it mean for you if you have your first cup of caffeine at 6 in the morning and then you have a whole day of work and you don't actually sleep and the next day you continue to do that. Over time, your baseline patterns keep shifting. And how do we do that? And we completely model it to a personal baseline. So day one of you using the product would be suggestive about, hey, okay, maybe this is what's happening to my body. But by the time you get to day 30, the product knows you much better and it can actually give you insights. And by day 90, we can actually start predicting that, hey, in the next 2 days, according to your past patterns, you're going to be facing some amount of brain fog. So maybe you can plan this differently. Okay, yay, we have the main deck. Okay, we are really happy about this. So yeah, I think what we've basically walked you through so far, I'm just going to do a speed run. That this is a lifestyle disorder. This was supposed to be the grand reveal. And then we were going to walk you through what does lifestyle mean. And then look at the menstruator's trilemma, which looks at work, lifestyle, and health. But then at the center of it lies the menstrual cycle, which actually lies outside the healthcare system. The world is built around 24-hour cycles, but then it needs to be optimized for the 28-day bodies. And there are a lot of polarities that you experience that Rika walked you through. And then we have the evidence, the numbers that we gave that you probably did not register. But now that you can see them visually, we know visual aid always works. And this is our layer, which is our wearable ring stacked on top of the intelligence app, stacked with an inference engine, and all building towards a personal baseline. And this is what Gauri basically walked you through, which was how do we do continuous sensing and how do we capture this and train the systems to learn better. And one of the things that's very important for us is when we started building the product, we did not have accurate Indian women health databases to actually build from. So we see a very big gap in that space as well that we would like to fill. So talking about the hardware and how does it work, so that's basically the back end of the software, where how does the user essentially flow through the journey, how the data gets secured and stored, and then what you see here is the front end where the insights sort of emerge. But then we also have something that we designed, like Rika essentially has designed herself, which is our custom PCB and a custom design for the ring that will also help us differentiate usage and be somebody that's on the shelf. Rika, would you like to take that?
Yeah, so I can quickly run you through. This is the simulation window where we have put in the sensors that we're using. Currently, we're looking into temperature sensors, which actually, according to the temperature of your body, it can detect when you're ovulating. So that sort of saves us self-reporting into these apps, which people do not want to do because we sort of against data and against the use of technology unfortunately, in these times. And then we have your PPG sensor, which is basically recording your heart rate variability, because there's something that we discovered while making the product that somehow 3 days before our periods, all of us were having these heart fluctuations. And it's only when we sort of realized that this happens because of the menstrual cycle, we got to know the reason behind it, because we would just pass it on, we wouldn't think too much about it. So PPG sensors lies as one of the important sensors. Other than that, we have the motion sensor, which IMU, which sort of checks on the sleep that you're taking and how much sleep variations you have, you're having. And we've also placed the sensors, in the next slide, I think there is. Okay, that's sort of not present, but yeah. So the placement is also done in a certain manner which which needs to be into the inner layer, which is closer to your skin, and which is in the outer layer, which needs to be away from the sensors, because we do not want the battery and the heat to affect the temperature sensors affecting. And taking the next slide.
Okay. Thanks so much for pulling up the right slides, but essentially this is what Muskan can contribute.
So basically we're looking at the 3 different layers. The first is the access layer, which is obviously the ring. The ring is how your data is collected. And how we aim to promote stickiness is the longer that you wear the ring for, the better the insights would be, because our main aim is to be able to give you longitudinal data that is personalized, that is based on your own body, and eventually be able to give you some level of prediction about how your body responds in different phases of the menstrual cycle. And also one of our biggest realizations that came from building this product was, of course, we all know that data in women's health is so scarce, but another really sad reality is that data for Southeast Asian women's health is even lesser. And so we aim to give back the data that we collect in an anonymized form through research partnerships so that as a collective we can all move towards a more women-centric world.
Perfect. I would have loved to walk you through, but I'm going to run you through our model of go-to-market. 28th May is World Menstrual Health Day. That's when we plan to open the wait list, and we want to co-build with the first set of users to actually work, like make these devices work for women and how they do, because we don't believe in just slapping a pink band and calling it a new women-centric device, but actually building with women who are going to be a huge part of the journey, some of which actually also include other manufacturers of wearables and people from other institutions who work in this data space, who we call the admirables because we love a good wordplay. And then we also are building a community IP called That Time of the Month, which is a recurring IP that happens on the same Saturday every single month, just like some of our cycles, and which is going to be where women can come together, learn new things, and learn from each other. And we're, of course, privacy first by design, no in-app ads, no like user data being sold to third party, because we all know what Roe versus Wade did to us. So essentially, this is us 10 years ago and somewhere between the decade for all of them. We walked into clinics and were absolutely confused about our bodies. 10 years later, the story is still similar. So we are trying to build something which looks like jewelry, but works like intelligence, and might see some of you on the wait list on May 28th. Thank you.
Great to see people taking interest in rings and trying to come up with interesting concepts around it. Fundamental question. Why do you think existing players cannot do what you are doing, and why would you do anything different or better than them?
So with all due respect, a lot of the existing players, and we really look up to all of them because we have done extensive research. So be it Auras and the Whoops that are dominating in Americas, or be it a Gabbit or an Ultra Human that's also playing on this front, a lot of the focus is still on fertility as a lens. So you're tracking ovulation, and that data is being always fed back into the idea of, hey, this is your fertile window. For all of us, the actual project started with our discomfort with period tracking apps, because I have PCOS. If it's day 30, it's screaming at me that, hey, something's wrong with your body. And that adds to more stress, which delays my cycle further. But that data still continues to be in the fertility space. Of course, we would love for them to also build this and work with them in building that layer, but the depth is achieved with how does, like, for example, menstruation not just limit itself to fertility, but link to your sleep cycle, or how you work, or how you take decisions. Like, probably if any one of us was on our period right now, we would have probably just cried by now because of the whole slide shebang. But I think our cycles are synced, by the way, because we work together so closely. So we're all through it. So we're all in that phase where we're just like very determined to get things done. So I feel like that's going to be our biggest differentiator, that to move it actively beyond fertility and look at how does sport and this have a connection, or how does your day-to-day life in this have a connection.
Firstly, love the energy. I think cheers to the like women power, and I have to congratulate you. If I were on the stage and the slides were wrong, I would still be crying even if I was not on my periods. So great job with that. I think a very, very similar question which I wanted to understand. Like, for example, I use my Whoop, right? The problem statement that you are talking about, I'm not able to relate to that. Like, for me, the current wearables I have, for example, it's tracking my recovery. It's I know my recovery crashes before my cycle. So is there really a pain point that consumers have told you, or is it just your pain point? Like, how many women you have spoken with? And secondly, manufacturing, I'm assuming, is another a big pain point. I've heard there are a lot of returns because the accuracy of the data is a big question mark. How would you deal with that?
I can start with manufacturing, then we can go to the user cohort. So luckily we started building this at Ashoka. We are all students here, we met here. And we have a place called Makerspace on campus. So the CAD designs that you see are actually being built on campus right now. So a lot of the experimentation is to get it to at least 70 to 75% accuracy before we even go out and look for a vendor who can do this at economies of scale. So we're taking a lot of time with getting the prototyping right, because one of the core things for us was the form of the particular ring as well. And also, as with Whoop, right, there's a lot of, so we did do focus groups, and Muskan can tell you a little bit more about the more granular insights. But we had a broader survey with 100 plus women, and then we had smaller focus group conversations as well. And I personally love Whoop, but there's still a lot of inference that you have to do instead of like it doing it for you. So that layer still needs to be bridged, because you are actively tracking that, hey, my recovery crashes before my cycle. But this is not something that's implicitly built into the ecosystem today, which will predictively tell you that, hey, your recovery is about to crash in the cycle. So the cognitive load of women's health is still on women across the ecosystem. So if this is like, if we can leverage tech to solve at least that bridge, that would really help us.
Basically, building on what Lakshmi said, we spoke to a lot of users who currently do use Whoop or Aura rings, and a lot of them don't even track their periods on those wearables. They still use separate period tracking apps because it is still a secondary feature to those wearables, and for us, it will be the forefront of what we're looking at, which directly makes a difference to the sort of output that you're getting. So that sort of confusion that you get when you wake up and you're like, oh my God, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. I didn't think that I would feel this way, or it's just not a good time to feel this way. Maybe we can help you there.
And there's actually a really good player in the market who's doing a great job. So Avia is an app that's incubated at MIT, and they are doing hormonal tracking, and they're partnering with like a Whoop can be integrated inside their system. So your hormonal tracking is an additional layer that happens on top, but it's still self-reported in nature. So if you are not somebody who's aware or has the language to understand what your body does, which happens a lot, especially with people with PCOS, then you spend a lot of time arriving at the diagnosis that this is something you need to track.
And adding on a little to the pain point question, we've, in the 100-ish conversations that we've had with menstruators all over, we've realized that it's not just a temperature problem or a like recovery crashing problem. It's also sebaceous gland activity. For example, I thought to add this question about acne, becoming like acne breakouts happening right before your cycle, but it turns out that a lot of people actually get those, and I feel like existing wearables may not be able to track that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Team Marable. Next up, we have Rentique, premium fashion rental that lets students wear branded looks affordably while cutting fashion waste. Can we have Team Rentique on stage, please?
This is Nidika, and this is Sakya. We are in premium fashion, wear it, repeat it, and then return. Think about this. Thursday night, fest tomorrow, a work dinner your boss needs you at in the last minute, a date with a very special someone. You open your fashion app, H&M quad set for the guys, Zara dresses for the girls. It's 2,500 for one night. That's too much for one night. So you close the app. That's almost every 20-year-old in Delhi right now. 91% of our respondents said buying an outfit for one occasion feels like a waste. The problem is financial, it's environmental, and nobody has solved it.
So, we built Rentique. Rentique is a fashion rental app for men and women both, delivering branded outfits at 20% of retail. You book, pack, deliver, wear, return, clean, inspect, relist. Completely insurance backed and entirely handled by us. So Rentique is sustainable by design. Each garment is reused 20 to 30 times, which significantly reduces textile waste compared to one-time ownership. And we also maintain a full life cycle. Once a piece reaches the end of its rental cycle, we resell it at a 50% discount, refresh 30% of the stock with new trends each season. Now, we've also taken a survey asking people which brands they would most want to rent. One key insight from our survey was that while brands like H&M, Zara, Mango are in demand, nearly 44% of our users don't have strict brand preference. This tells us that users are looking for variety across occasions. That's where boutiques become important. They give us access to a wider variety of unique trend-driven styles at a much lower cost. So a hybrid model combines branded pieces for demand with boutique inventory for flexibility and better unit economics.
18 to 24, tier 1 cities, middle class, men and women, 4 to 6 high stakes events per year. Fests, parties, weddings, dates, farewells, that's our target audience. The guy who can't justify a rupees 3,000 for a blazer for one night, the girl with that expensive aesthetic dress saved on Pinterest for 2 weeks, both of them can go to the store, but neither of them can justify the spend. That gap is where Rentique comes in. Our go-to-market strategy are college ambassadors, micro-influencers, campus pop-ups, and Instagram-first content.
So now coming to the TAM SAM sum over here. So our total addressable market, it is $146 billion by 2032, which is the Indian apparel market. Then comes our serviceable addressable market, which is $1.9 billion global market, which is the global rental market, which is growing at an 8.5% CAGR. Then comes the SOM, which is also our year 1 target, which is 10K active renters in tier 1 cities. Like I had mentioned, 18 to 24 years old, men and women, middle class, upper middle class, lower middle class, and occasion-driven users. So now we come to the competitive analysis. So over here, it's very apparent that Flyrobe seems to be our biggest competitor, but we don't really see them as a competitor because Flyrobe over here, they serve premium customers renting designer wear. We serve the middle-class student who just wants a sharp fit for one event and doesn't have anywhere to go. So where out of all these, we're the only player which has in-house cleaning, insurance, app, home delivery, and all of that at just 20% of the retail price for that single good. So now talking about prices, let me tell you how we see the pricing. So like I said, it's around 20%. So a 1,000 rupee dress is rented out for 200 rupees. A 1,500 dress is rented out 300 rupees and so on. The deposit over here, it might seem like a lot, but it is 100% refundable on return. So the deposit we've strategically kept it around 50 to 60% of the retail price because just in case someone has the idea of stealing it, theft becomes economically not very relevant over here. So with all of this, 20% of the retail price will be the pricing over here, 20-25 times rentals per item, which gives a 6K revenue per dress and a 400% return on investment for any single item. So now we come to the business case. So the numbers, and I'll tell you, this is the sweet spot, the 1,500 rupee dress. So the rental fee, like we saw in the last slide, it is 300 rupees. Over here, the cleaning cost, the delivery cost, and it's all mentioned and taken into factor. So the revenue at 20 rentals will reach 6,000 rupees. And campus ambassador commissions per booking, this is our unit economics over here, will be around 30 to 50 rupees. So they would get a commission of this as an incentive for them to actually spread our word. The Instagram content cost per conversion is estimated to be around 80 to 120 based on industry benchmarks. And the first rental is free of cost. So you can see that as a 300 rupee cost per customer one time, so which will later be absorbed in the lifetime value for that customer. So the blended CAC will be somewhat under 200 rupees. The lifetime value at even just 4 rentals will be 1,200 rupees per customer. So if you see the LTV to CAC ratio, it is 6:1, which as you can see will be a good ratio for a healthy and a scalable business.
One city-wide warehouse, we own our inventory, easy access to the major parts of the cities, same-day delivery through Dunzo in phase 1 and in-house deliveries through phase 2. We have the state-of-the-art in-house laundry after every rental, and the total setup is around 2.5 lakhs to 3.5 lakhs. So we have 2 inventory streams. The branded one, like H&M and Zara, purchased directly, no partnerships needed at phase 1. And then we have boutiques curated by 2 in-house fashion consultants doing monthly sourcing runs across Delhi. Every piece is assessed for fit, photography quality, and durability. And then in phase 3, we have the warehouse in
Okla inside Delhi's garment cluster.
Now, this is our product. So I would request the judges to scan the QR code on the papers we gave. And for everyone else in the audience, if they would like an MVP of our product, feel free to scan this.
So like we said, it's still an MVP, so we're very much in the building stage, so we'd love any feedback from the judges or anyone in the audience, but this is the product that we came up with. So now, talking about the timeline, phase 1 will be month 1 to 6, where we just have one city, which is Delhi for now. So we are planning on, we have actually scouted out a location in Okla phase 3 as the warehouse. So 75 in items, that's all that our inventory is going to be initially. 2 to 3 partner colleges with our campus ambassador programs. And all of this is just to prove that the model can actually work, it's actually scalable. Then we'll move on to phase 2, where we'll actually go to 3 to 5 tier 1 cities. The inventory per warehouse would be 200 plus items. The app will be fully live and will be available for anyone in these cities. The micro-influencer city partnerships will grow as well. And the delivery, right now we're delivering through partners like Porter and Dunzo. In phase 2, the delivery, we'll be trying to move it in-house to further reduce on cost and uncertainty and dependence. As for phase 3, which is month 19 onwards, we'll move on to tier 2 and 3 cities, which with hopefully 1,000 plus active renters. B2B event companies and fest organizers will be our partners, and inventory premiumization based on the demand data per cluster or per city.
So this is our team. Mihika is our founder and CEO, and I'm the COO, and we have Satvik, who is the CFO. Okay, so Rentique is for the person who deserves to look premium without having to pay premium. So wear it.
Return it.
Repeat it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, I think very interesting concept. I think the why is not a question. The what is not a question. The how is a big question mark. I've seen the model Rent the Runway in the US. It's a very successful model. Very hard execution in India. With companies with much higher AOV than yours, they have not been able to justify the turns, the cycles. They need at least 20 to 25 cycle to justify the cost or the COGS. Given your AOV is so low, have you run the maths, and what gives you the confidence that here you can make money?
Okay, so first of all, we did read through the entire case of many companies, including Rent Runway. So what we saw was, one, like you mentioned, they needed way too many cycles because the initial price point of the items that they were renting out, they were high. So right now what we're doing is we're buying clothes in bulk from H&M and Zara, which even though they're premium sector, the initial price point is not as high as, let's say, a designer fashion gown. And we're buying from boutiques which are local, which are artisan made. So again, the price point there goes lower. And the break-even point, for us to make profit, yes, we do need 20 to 25 cycles. But one of the reasons we're actually hiring in-house fashion consultants is so that they actually pick out dresses and different inventory and items and SKUs which have a longer life, which are not something that die out immediately after 6 months, be it in terms of fashion or be it in terms of quality. So one, we're ensuring that the quality that we do purchase, it lasts us enough cycles, and also our break-even is coming much earlier than 20 to 25 cycles based on the initial math that we've done. And as we move forward and we scale, it's going to get better in terms of that.
So point of view to reflect on later, I don't know if H&M like garment can sustain 25 washes. That's a question, but that's a separate question. You mentioned a CAC of under 200. Where did you get that number from? Because from what I understand, that's extremely low.
We mentioned the blended CSE was under 200 because if you see gross CSE, it's going to go over 400 because we're spending 300 rupees technically on giving the first rental for free. But given that our initial surveys, we saw that once people actually start to rent something, so the initial trust barrier, that's the main concern for us because it's a behavioral change that we need to bring into people. So as soon as we get through to that, as soon as someone rents it for the first time and they actually go through our process, which we are trying to optimize to give them the best experience that they can have, that's one of the reasons why the blended CAC, we calculate it to be under 200 rupees.
And also to add on to the would H&M last those many laundry washes, we actually sat down for a good while to do laundry research also. And we figured out that, using easy detergents that are not too hostile and using cold water rinsing actually elongates the usage of the product. Yes.
No, just adding on to what Anna was asking. One is the unit economics, but what about inventory? What kind of inventory you need to hold? Just to put things in perspective, Myntra with 40% return took, I think just about break even after being $4-5 billion of revenue. This is a 100% return business with a low AOV and additional services like laundry, etc. So, just think of it, is it ever possible? And that's the reason why it works for high value product, right? Secondly, I have a genuine question on, is this a real requirement? Right? When you spoke to, the cost of garments in India is still much cheaper compared to in the US, right? And it works for high value designer brands because there is an aspiration value. If there is no aspiration value, because 47% of your consumers said they don't care about the brand, so would they really care about a Zara or H&M? Or they are just looking for variety? If they're just looking for variety, will they not look at other, platforms like New Me and Snitch and some of those new age brands, and why would you have a right to win against them?
So while you're right that the 44% did not have a brand preference, which is why our hybrid model comes into place where we have boutiques and H&M and Zara. So H&M and Zara was still, after the 44%, H&M and Zara still constituted of the 38% that would want to wear H&M and Zara. And this is targeting to us like a specific tier, like the target audience for us is those people that would like to have the confidence and the satisfaction of wearing those clothes. They probably can't afford it. We're not selling the brand, we're selling the confidence that comes and satisfaction that comes with wearing the brand.
And to add on to that, I think a lot of women can also agree with me. You have an event, a big event, and you want to wear a really good dress, but after that event, you don't even have a need to wear that dress anywhere else, and you don't want to repeat that dress also because tens of millions of people have already seen it, and that's something we do carry in our heads. That's a stigma with everyone actually. So so people can try variety without having to own that clothing forever is actually a good thing for almost everyone.
And your question as to, is there actually a need for it? I'll give a personal example. I had to go out for an event and I knew I would not use this blazer again. I had to buy it just for the reason I could not find a good place with hygienic clothes to rent. So now I'm stuck with a blazer that I kind of hate, but I still need to keep wearing it out of spite that I spent 5K on it. So I need to extract value from it. So instead of this, I could have just rented it for 20% of its value, and next time I need it, I could have rented out something in a different design or something that I actually liked. So now we are also solving the dress repetition problem, where once you own something, if you keep going to events in that, people will start noticing it. So we're also eliminating that as well.
Whenever you're pitching to a VC, it's not just about the personal pain point, right? You're not solving for yourself. You're solving for a lot of customers. So just as a pointer, it would have been amazing if you would have said that, I spoke to maybe 50 of my friends. And that's the problem. Because they will notice and pick. Our founders won't, but the VCs would.
Oh, yeah. To add on to that point, the statistics that you have on your papers, it's from different university students, not only Ashoka, Jindal, DU, we got Christ University from Bangalore, all of them, all these students have responded, and we've got a few hundred respondents for this, and that's how we kind of got our data, and we were okay, this is a problem for a lot of students also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Team Rantik. Next, we have Aban Ali, who is a computer science student and is a founder of Uplift IQ, working towards the solution for 63 million deaf individuals. An education access solution built to make learning truly reachable for deaf students through Indian Sign Language. Aban will also be accompanied by an interpreter.
Just checking with the interpreter, if interpreter can see me. Okay. Millions of people are still left behind. Good evening, judges. This is Aban Ali. I am a computer science student of Ashoka University and also doing minor in entrepreneurship. This comes from my personal life story. I am a deaf person who have 100% hearing loss. And while I was growing up, I tried to go ahead for the quality education. I went to a deaf school, there were no quality education. I went to a mainstream school, there were no accessibility. I went to online platforms, then again there were no accessibility. While seeing the challenges from my own personal life, I was trying to make my life better. Then my life was getting better because yes, I was doing much better by myself through my family support. But then I saw there are millions of deaf people out there. 63 million deaf people, and you see that there are only 1% getting the education in Indian Sign Language. The 99% itself are not getting the education in Indian Sign Language. It itself becomes the 100% itself. So we see that there are 100% who are still left behind. And what about the 99% people, the 100% itself? We are in the era of 75 years of independence, but yet again the deaf people are still left behind. They are still at the same place. This is not just the platform, but this is the ecosystem where they will learn, they will communicate, and they will earn. Even we have seen our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has also said that the ISL should be a subject in the schools, but there is no implementation. So here we are providing the solution to the 63 million deaf people out there. This is the ecosystem you can see, and this is designed for the deaf learners. We are not just focusing on the ISL courses, the learning system, but yes, we are trying to make a community, a support system, or a career pathways where the deaf people, they can learn, they can get the mentorship, they can get the accessible content, job opportunities. There could be the employers who can join the platform, a complete ecosystem where they can connect with the employees as well. We are breaking the communication barriers with AI, where we are working from sign to text, from speech to sign avatars, and live captioning. There might be you seeing that live captioning is available other places as well. But what different we are doing, our live captioning automatically turns into a simple English language for the deaf people, because then again, the English is the second language for them. Sign language becomes the first language. You see, there are multiple places, even at the public places as well. But where is the real-time inclusion? That's how we are creating the real-time inclusion for the deaf people. And we are live. We have more than 5,000 people who are in the waiting list. And we started working from December 2025 till February 2026. We have active 600 users. And still there are people who are following our social media channel as well. There are more than 9,000 followers. And we are getting support from FOSS United and National Center for Promotion for Employment for Persons with Disabilities. They are funding us, and yes, they are providing us help too, so that we can work much better and we can support the deaf community. Here we see, we are talking about the 63 million in India itself. But when we see globally, we have 430 million across the world. So this is not the India one, but yes, we can scale it according to the global level as well. Right now, our SOM is 5 to 10 million, where we are focusing on the young deaf individuals, who are really looking forward to such platforms, such ecosystem. We have multi-layer revenue model where we have B2C, B2B, and AI infrastructure. In B2C, there would be subscription-based, and this is going to be a affordable platform where the deaf people can get the courses, deaf-friendly courses in the sign language. And B2B, there could be a company, an organization who can join, who can get the accessibility solution. Even they can hire the deaf people who are learning from our platforms, our ecosystem. And AI infrastructure would be giving a real-time inclusion. There might be other platforms, but Uplift IQ becomes a special itself because it's led by a deaf person, that's me, and it's have the AI accessibility, real-time communication, which is not provided by the other platforms. Other platforms trying to solve the part of the journey, but we are trying the entire journey for them. And here we see the accessible education, and it's making them independent, it's helping them to have the independent communication too, and making them economically empowered as well. So here, Uplift IQ, where we make the things for the deaf people, not adapted later, and the worlds adapt to them, not they are not adapting to the world. Thank you so much.
Congratulations on picking a problem which is very, very important. So my question is, how are you better than whatever is your next closest competition?
Yeah, there might be some other platforms as well. For example, I would say, why I'm saying it better, there are other platforms which are being run by the hearing people. And they do not about the deaf identity, about the deaf culture, about their barriers. But coming it from my own personal experiences, I know what deaf people are actually struggling with. What are the actual barriers? And that's how we are trying to make a complete ecosystem, not just a learning system, but yes. And when you see the deaf people, they easily trust the deaf person because it's made by a deaf person itself who knows what they are going through. That is the simple reason it's led by a deaf person.
Firstly, I would say, the reason I love keep coming back to campus is the energy is contagious. And hearing your story, it was so inspiring. So firstly, I would say thank you for sharing this project with us. I was having such a tough day at work today, and you have given me a lot of energy and a lot of motivation. So before asking a question, I truly wanted to say thank you. My question to you is,
Thanks to you too, ma'am. Yeah, what you have just said, I mean, thanks listening to me as well. Also would like to thank you too, because if you're not here, then I won't be getting the opportunity.
No, I think we have now a mutual admiration club. So my question to you is, building a startup is so tough. Have you thought about the capabilities or the team or the expertise that you would need in order to build a world-class platform? And who would be those team members, and how are you planning to bring them on board?
Yes, so in Uplift IQ, I work as a CTO. I know that I alone cannot do everything, but yes, I work for the technical stuff. Yes, I do a lot of work in Uplift IQ, but I do have a team members. I have 6 people in my team. Yes, the picture is not there, but yes, there are people who are doing freelancing, they are doing some internships with me. And yes, I'm really focusing on it. I know that yes, how to build up this thing. And yes, there are other organizations too who are trying to help us, who are supporting us as well, as I've mentioned about the FOSS United and NCP EDP. And it's not just a deaf person, but I do have hearing people also in my team. And there are other people as well. There are other founders of other organizations like Zerodas, CTO who are also helping us, who are also supporting us.
Yeah, very, very inspirational. One question, to make it really scalable, do you want to start with partnering with existing universities and platforms like including Ashoka University or Upgrad, or want to build from scratch? Is there a expedited way in which you can scale up and make it wider than doing it the hard way? In your plans for scaling up, do you want to directly sell or become a platform direct to the user, or you want to partner with existing institutional institutions like Ashoka or Physicswala or existing platforms so that you can give an access to a large number of people so it is easier for you to scale? So do you want to go B2B or want to go B2C?
That's quite interesting question. Yeah, I know there are other platforms as well. Just want to give you a brief background. When, before starting Uplift IQ, I was thinking, should I connect with Physicswala? Should I connect with Upgrad? So I thought it should be better that I should come up with something, When you show people, then they will realize that yes, there is the need in the society. And there are other platforms as well. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it because these platforms are providing STEM education, which is not available right now for the deaf student. So even tying up with the Ashoka University, with other platforms, yes, absolutely. It is needed, and yes, this is my goal as well. Yes, we would be my future plan, and yes, I would be working for it. Yes, so this is not just for me, but for millions of deaf people out there.
Thank you, Aban. And thank you to all the teams for such brilliant presentations. Very, very inspiring. We'll have the results announced soon. We now move on to the next part of our evening, which is a panel discussion. Beyond traditional path, careers, entrepreneurship, and ownership. For this part, I would please request Ahana Gautam, Arpana Shahi to join us on stage, and of course our very own Arnav back as a moderator. Ahana Gautam is the founder of Open Secret, a Series B funded company that has transformed the snacking market with its Better For You consumer brand on a mission to unjunk food for Indian families. An IIT Bombay graduate and a Harvard Business School alum, she combines deep operating experience with a strong belief in building responsible, scalable brands. She's on a mission to make healthier, honest food choice accessible to every Indian household. Thank you for joining us today. We also have Arpana Shahi with us, who is the founder of Gabit, a one-stop longevity-focused health and wellness platform aimed at enabling everyone to live healthier and longer. She is a serial entrepreneur with over 19 years of experience in building impactful consumer businesses. She started as a management consultant with McKinsey, built a successful edtech venture, and has worked on large-scale consumer problems with a unicorn. Arpana has completed her engineering from IIT Kharagpur and her business studies from IIM Calcutta.
Perfect. Thank you so much both for making the time today. So I think after that session, it's clear that we have several founders in the audience. So I'm just going to keep my talking to a minimum and have them ask a lot of the questions. But just to set the tone off the bat, right? So Ahana, IIT, then PNG, then Harvard, then a job in the US. And similarly for you, Arpana, IIT, then IIM, then McKinsey, and then taking the plunge for yourself, right? So what made you veer off the conventional paths and take the entrepreneurial plunge?
Hi, everyone. Great to be here, first judging the competition and now here sharing about my journey. And always amazing to be talking to people who are interested in entrepreneurship, who are interested in startups. So excited for the conversation ahead. Um, honestly, I don't think like people really like plan a certain day that I want to do something unconventional. I think that's an outcome of like the choices that you make, decisions that you make along the way. And for me, the way my journey has unfolded is just about following my passions and following the biggest problems that I wanted to solve at that point. So that is what led me to make the choices that I made, starting from why I joined McKinsey. So I had an offer from P&G as well, like, as my internship, but then McKinsey came along, felt like a great way to learn about different problems that I want to solve for different set of consumers, learned a lot over there, then wanted to go deeper with like solving like, few specific problems. So joined the industry and then like, got very excited about education as a space, and we're all sitting here and like, we know how important education is. So went deeper with that as an entrepreneur then, and again, explored a lot of different things. And then COVID happened and like, started with my health journey that led to Gabbard. So yeah, nothing, no fine day when I thought that let me get unconventional. It's more of following what my heart, where my heart was and the problems that I wanted to solve.
Hi, everyone. It's such an interesting question. If you would have asked me, I grew up close to Delhi in Bharatpur, a very small city in Rajasthan. I don't think I would have understood the word entrepreneurship. I feel life is all about its power of compounding. And what has really happened is that I always believed in surrounding myself by like with amazing people who have inspired me. In the beginning, it was my mother. I was raised by a single working mother, and she made me believe that gender is not an issue. So I've never thought about myself as like a woman founder or a woman CEO. I never thought like that. And then after that, of course, when I was in IIT, I saw like ambitious people wanted to learn. So again, that was very, very contagious. For me, the entrepreneurship happened again when I was at HBS, and the school's mission is, how will you make a meaningful difference in the world? And that question and that mission statement is so powerful, because up till then, if I was, what was I doing? I was really solving for myself, oh, I want to go to this place, I want to go to that place, I want to learn. And then I realized that, okay, look at my journey from Bharatpur to IIT Bombay to Harvard Business School. How am I creating impact? And I'm reading this book of Elon Musk, and he says that I respect people who are contributing more than they are consuming. And I think that's such a powerful line, right? And that's exactly what I was thinking when I was at HBS, that what can I do with this one wild and precious life? And that's how it all started. But did I figure it out when I was sitting in your seat? Absolutely not. But I've always believed in this power of compounding and just surrounding myself with the like smartest folks out there, because I'm sure the energy is contagious. Like I was listening to these pitches and I'm taking so much energy and so much ambition with me back to the build phase. So yeah.
No, absolutely. I think the pitches were certainly very, very contagious. But both of you are in the health, wellness, and nutrition space, and coming at the same problem but from different ends, right? What made you pick that industry? I know you spoke about your health challenges in COVID. Do you want to maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. So I truly believe that the best startups or companies are built when, as a founder, you personally have lived that problem and you really are passionate about solving that problem, not just for yourself, but for the world. But smartly knowing that there are a lot of people who also have that problem. The problem is when you feel like I have a problem and like, that's a problem for the world, that cannot be their assumption. So for me, COVID was a turning point in my life because before that, I had solved a lot of consumer problems. I was passionate about a lot of them, exploring a lot of them, but was never like, really passionate about health, I would say. I was kind of healthy, but never really like gave it a specific push or a specific thought. But COVID changed that fundamentally for me, and I realized that, in our lives, the biggest thing is our health. Whatever money you can earn doesn't matter if you don't have a healthy body. That's one thing you cannot buy with money. And you have to earn that, you have to work for that. And you have to have that right understanding to kind of build that healthy body for yourself and the healthy mind for yourself. So I did a lot of research for myself. That's where it started, because I realized being lean is not being healthy. That's one of the misconceptions in our society. I am lean. Oh, why do you need to work out? You are so lean. But that's not the point. The point is endurance. The point is strength. The point is how your organs are healthy from inside, right? And a lot of that you can't see visually just in a lean body. So that understanding I didn't have, and I picked up that understanding during COVID. I started adopting a much healthier lifestyle around COVID. And then I reflected that, both of us have gone to IIT, right? So we have a scientific bent of mind. My husband has a similar background. A lot of my friends have a similar background, but most of us still don't understand the science behind our health. We just go by hearsay. We are not data driven. We are not scientific evidence driven. And we're just listening 10 different things from 10 different influencers or people and just trying to figure out and just getting overwhelmed with that, and a lot of times making wrong decisions. So the idea was to create a startup which helps a lot of people, like millions of people like me, who want to get on a health journey but don't know where to start and how to do it well.
Perfect. What about you, Anna?
I think very similar story. It started with a young girl who was 3x my current size, very overweight, eating lots of bhujia and biscuit and just solving trigonometry. So I loved maths when I was a kid. So, at that time, of course, did not have this awareness that what you eat plays such an integral role in your health and wellness journey. And fast forward, I still remember when I was at HBS, we used to go to Whole Foods and Trader Joe's for grocery shopping. This is basically like Reliance stores in US. And it blew my mind that there is a destination which only has better for you products. Here, if you go to a Kirana store, and when I say this was let's say 10 years back, it was all filled with maida, palm oil, trans fat, all of those things. And it made me realize that we are all talking about India shining, about UPI, about tech innovation. But when you think about basic roti kapda makan, jo roti se shuru hota hai, why is India such a third world country when it comes to packaged food? And that honestly became my own problem statement, but also a problem statement which I know a lot of Indians would be facing. I mean, there's no doubt that we are the diabetic capital of the world. We have, I think, around 100 million people who are obese. And on top of that, my niece got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And my sister-in-law was buying the same products, same brand that my mother was buying in Bharatpur. So I realized that, is the TAM enough? I mean, 100,000 crores is damn enough. And that was the motivation, to be honest, to give up my H-1B, to take that one-way flight from Boston to Bombay, and to build on this unjunking mission. Because I also realized that food is a source of joy. I don't want to take the joy away from food. I don't want to make you even more guilty. Arey, aap apna bhujia mat khao, aap apna cookie mat khao, apna biscuit mat khao with your chai. But how can I unjunk it for you? I think that's how Open Secret started, and we are still one household at a time, still unjunking.
No, absolutely. In fact, that's a lesson in pitching startups that from two people who've been doing it for a while. But about your industries, right? The health and wellness in nutrition, where do you see it going? I know the sky is the limit. We've barely scratched the surface in terms of problem statement. How do you see any trends that you're tracking, any trends that you're looking out for?
Definitely. So the biggest trend is that you need to make it a part of my lifestyle, and you need to make it easy for me. You can't expect me to do things which are very difficult for me. Yes, some people will do it, but the masses and the larger market would not go for it. So one of the things that we picked up when we were starting our venture was that everything is split into places right now. You have one app for fitness, one app for menstrual cycle tracking, one app for meditation, but it's not at one place. It's not talking to each other, and that's bringing a lot of friction in the user journey. So we launched this ring because this is the first wearable in the world that's designed to tackle all 4 pillars of health: your fitness, your nutrition, your sleep, and your stress, they all come over here. And then we have launched our predictive AI model called Gabit 1, which integrates this data along with other devices like your smart scale, your CGM, plus your blood test, and brings together 150 biomarkers that talk to each other and give you insights that no doctor can ever give you, because humanly it's not possible to create so many correlations and find out so many correlations the way AI can do it for you. So that's one trend that make it easy for me, bring it all together, and just tell me what I need to do. The second important thing is the shift from curative health to predictive and preventive health. So COVID definitely played a huge role in that. People in India and globally are investing a lot more on preventive health than they did before COVID. So people are realizing the importance of investing before you get unwell. Unlike earlier, like abhi to main theek hu, why do I need to do it? Like I'm so fit, right? So you'll see teenagers investing so much in their health. So that is like another huge trend, and that's where platform like Gabit is doing really well, because we are focusing on that part of your journey. You don't want to go to the doctor. You don't want to wait for that stage. You want to make sure that you stay away from the hospitals and the doctors.
I think two things that have definitely changed. One, I'll talk about the mental availability. So, when I was growing up in Bharatpur, there was no social media, there was no digital penetration. So there was information asymmetry. I still remember I was just so excited to come to IIT, to come to Bombay. So whatever my rank was, I said computer science, electronics, jo bhi mile, but Bombay, because there was a geographical gap, But now I feel, thanks to post-geo world, there's so many people online today. So the information asymmetry which existed has gone. So it's not that people who are here in this university can only learn about the labels, the nutrition, the food. Like a girl in Bharatpur would have the same information now. So people understand what health is, people understand what nutrition is, so the mental availability is solved. The second thing is the physical availability, and I'm going to talk about brands like me, Better For You, playing in food. See, lot of founders in food, once they have executed in food, they said, "Dobara food nahi karenge." And the reason is because it's a low margin business. It requires a lot of execution. The LTV only makes sense once you have a great repeat. Now think of this, that it's low volume, low AOV. आप जब chips खाते हो, 40 rupees chips, right? And उसमें भी 40% margin. She would be selling, let's say, this ring, and this would be like 3,000, 4,000,
14,500.
14,000. Now imagine when she's marketing on Facebook, the amount of CAC she can afford. And with my 40 rupees chips ka packet, with my 40% gross margin, how much CAC can I afford, right? So inherently, it was difficult for a homegrown, Better For You food brand to build a brand from scratch using Amazon or Facebook or Meta. And then on the other hand, it was offline, the general trade, where if there is no pull, maal वापस आता था. But what has happened, and I don't know if you've read this book called Innovator's Dilemma, where Clay Christensen talks about how disruption happens. And for disruption, one unique trait you need is you need a unique channel to disrupt the incumbents. I cannot go and disrupt Britannia in Britannia's main arena, right? That's where quick commerce came in. 2 years back, I think we were doing about, let's say, 50 crores minus 47% EBITDA. Today, we have grown 4x and we are 4% profitable EBITDA. And one big shift which has happened, thank you. It's like a lot of hard work, so I appreciate it. So, one big shift which has happened is because quick commerce has enabled the same GT, general trade customer journey, in 200 cities overnight. So when I'm live on Blinkit, and again, it's a shameless plug, please order Open Secret, all of you from quick commerce on this campus. You're live immediately. And, there was a stats where they were external report that in biscuits and cookies, which is a primary category, in the premium space, Open Secret was number 1 with 13% market share, and Britannia was number 2 with 12% market share. So that really talks about that you know, what execution we have done. TAM was never an issue. The right to win was the issue. Given that we have been able to demonstrate that on one channel in one category, now with that success, with that scale, we can go to multiple channels. But really excited about how quick commerce is disrupting the space, how technology and now AI is disrupting this space. You know, I keep asking and telling my team that how can we build an AI native D2C company? Lot of the things we are using Claude for, of course, we are only focusing on automation, and but hopefully in the future a lot of work will be done by agents. So it's such an exciting time because that's what the asset is, that, you know, if you are fast, if you are agile, you can hopefully gain shares from the big players.
That's a very interesting point. In fact, Arpana, I'll take that to you. The incumbent threat, right? Did you face that in the early days of Gabbit or even in your previous startup?
Oh, very interesting question. So ideally, my answer should have been yes. But the way we approached this market, we had already thought of that and planned for that. And the reason we didn't face much of that is because we launched a very differentiated product from day one. So we have launched, like, you know, we've been open for live for users 2 years back, but we built our product for 2 years before that launch. And the reason we took 2 years is because we didn't want to launch another Me Too product, because then I would face the problem that you're talking about, because I'll be another, like, you know, wearable, another ring, which is like something else that's out there, and then why would you buy me over something else, right? That's the problem most startups face, and that's where a lot of startups actually die before even taking off, because you're just trying to be like, you know, the trend that's out there, and then you pick it up. So when we launched our smart ring, it was not a trend in India. Most people did not even know of a smart ring. Today, I have personally faced, like, you know, many such conversations where I'm sitting across a table with some stranger and they'll ask me, okay, so what's your experience with a Gabbit ring? And I ask them, but why do you assume it's a Gabbit ring? They don't know me, so they don't know I'm the founder. And I'm just generally like, you know, I'm like, okay, so why do you think it's a Gabbit ring? You should have asked me, like, what ring is it first? And like, no, but everyone is wearing a Gabbit. So that is the brand that we've created. It's like the Xerox, right? You want to Xerox, you're not saying that I want to do a photocopy. So we have literally created that market in India. I've walked into, like, you know, big platforms office, and they literally, the first thing the India head would tell me is that, hey, Arpana, thank you for creating the category for us. So while there were a few brands that existed, but they were kind of non-existent, people did not really want to and aspire to wear a ring. And we took 2 years to build this is because the best ring that was out there at that point, and probably the only one that was reliable, was or is still double the price of what our ring is. So while 14,500 is expensive, but compared to the closest product, which is like, you know, okay, it's half the price. And we took 2 years to develop this and to work on the prototype, supply chain, and the, like, you know, R&D, so that we can bring you better quality and more features in half the price, because we believe that is where the market is, that is where India would buy. Even 14,500 is expensive for people, but people are not going to spend 30,000 for a ring. So that's the reason, like, you know, today we are actually by far the #1 in India. We have gotten the best smart ring award from Amazon, Gadget 360, NDTV, a whole bunch of platforms. And we have not faced that threat, and we have now become the incumbent, even though there were others before us.
Incredible. That's really, really cool. But I think both of you are category-defining product, category-creating companies, in fact, right? And the big red number for consumer businesses is the CAC number, right? You're always trying to optimize, trying to build towards it. When does it become important in your industries, in your businesses like yours, to fundraise, right? How was your funding journey like? And what prompted that decision to go down the VC route?
So the question is, how do you think about fundraise, when to fundraise?
Or why to fundraise, in fact? Like, why did you feel the need to fundraise?
Got it. I think, like, it's been now like 5 years since I've been building Open Secret, and I've realized that capital can solve a lot of problems, but capital can never solve PMF, which is product market fit. So as a founder, the one thing that you should definitely be obsessed with is the product market fit, which means you have a solution for which the customer is willing to pay the right price. And in consumer businesses, my learning is that it has to also reflect in your CM2s. It cannot be that you buy at 100 and you sell at 90. Of course, there will be there will be sales. So unit economics is extremely important when you're thinking about PMF. And then, of course, capital can enable acceleration at the right time. Having said that, I also feel we of course discuss a lot about like we are also Series B backed, but the best way to fundraise is when the customer starts paying, and then that's how you are building the company. Like for example, the last 2 years, it was just the profits and it was just the cash flow. We are also generating cash as we are growing, so negative working capital. The customers is really funding the business, but of course, for certain stages, for certain experimentation, we also raise the external round. That's how I think about it.
So I think it starts with what your vision is and what do you aspire to create. And that also means what is the scale that you're looking to create. What is the product that you're trying to build. Lot of products you can actually scale like a decent amount without much capital, and you can show proof of concept and stuff. But some products and concepts that you want to build, you might need more capital upfront because of the product that you're trying to build and the investment that it takes. And second aspect becomes how much money do you have from yourself or from your friends and family that you can pour in. And the third aspect becomes how much are you willing to give away as equity early on in your journey, because I believe that's very valuable. And a lot of young founders don't realize that, and you go out and raise funds too early and give out too much of your company very early on, right? So I wouldn't say there's always one answer. The answer could vary depending on the founder, their situation, the product, the aspiration that they have. Do you want to build a lifestyle business? Probably you don't want to raise a fund, right? You want to build a small set of customers that'll come from your immediate friends, family. You keep growing from word of mouth. No need to raise a fund. You want to grow very fast. You want to build a product that requires investment, and you want to dominate the world. Probably you would want to raise a fund.
Yeah.
If I could just add, I think whatever we're gonna say here, I want to add a disclaimer that everything is context driven. Everything. So what we have done is one of the millions of paths that you can take, and you truly have to figure out what is the right path for you. Like for example, for businesses with network effects, you might want to raise a lot of capital a lot faster because it's race to the top. You have more supply, then you'll have more demand. It's a cycle, right? But in certain businesses, economics from the beginning, from day one, is more important. So I just really want to emphasize, because I remember I was in one of the rooms negotiating a shareholders agreement, and somebody told me this is the standard term. And I said, in this business, there is nothing standard. There are no standards. Everything is context driven. Everything is very, very subjective. And I'll encourage all of you to have that first principle thinking and not follow somebody's path thinking this is the only way to build it.
And just one myth, sometimes younger folks would think that, okay, if you don't have money, then you raise funds. If you have money, then you don't raise funds. Just go and do your research. You'll see people who are who have created billions in terms of their personal wealth from startups. Still, when they start a new venture, they first go and raise funds. So there's a lot of thinking to that. It's not just about I don't have money, so let me go it, or if I have money, then I should not do it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I think that gives a very well-rounded overview of what goes through a founder's mind when they think about fundraise, right? I think the last question from me before we open up to the audience is, I'm sure, so we did a poll earlier about how many people want to work at startups or are going to work at startups. Could we do that again? How many of you are going to be working at startups in the next phase of your life? Okay, we've got several, right? And when you were building your early teams, what were the traits that set apart the people who did well with you versus the people that didn't? What are you looking for when you build teams in startups?
I think the most important thing now I've realized is hunger. I think a lot about the people we are competing with. They have more resources than us. They of course they hire from the best institutes, so they definitely have the smartest people as well. I think what we have more is the hunger and the resilience. And that's true for myself as well. You know, when people ask me, and I was catching up with few founders, and somebody was saying, oh, this is my strength, and the other person said, this is my strength. And I said, you know, I actually don't know. I don't think I'm a very average in this, average in this, average in this. But one thing which I know is I have this resilience that I am never going to give up. And I am willing to take whatever pain it's needed to get through. And that comes because I think the purpose and the reason and the why, and that's one of the pitches. You know, I was asking people, why did you think about the problem statement? Because it's so important, because shit will get real, and you will have to figure it out. And that's the reason I want people who have so much hunger to learn, to contribute, that it doesn't matter what my designation is going to be, it doesn't matter the politics in the office, you are just obsessed to contribute and to learn.
So interestingly, that's exactly the first thing that we look for, and I think that'll be true for a lot of startups which are like, you know, leading in their category, because that is what defines a startup. The DNA of that startup is hunger. That's why we're able to do better than like a lot of others that's out there. So we let go a lot of people who are very so-called, like, you know, have a fancier resume and have a lot of things to show. But when we see that hunger to grow and to learn and to contribute and to make a mark is not there, we actually don't hire those people in. But on the other hand, we have hired a lot of people where you would see their profiles and their resumes have nothing. Because, you know, whatever reason, they didn't go to, like, you know, great colleges. The companies that they worked in were actually, like, you know, maybe pretty small. But when I met them, I could feel that hunger, that this person is at that stage in their life where they want to prove to the world that, you know, they belong and they can do something extraordinary. So if I see that hunger in someone, that you want to, like, you know, really leave that mark, and hence you are operating like a founder. So for us, the benchmark becomes, can you take that end-to-end ownership and go beyond that, not just take that end-to-end ownership. You have to go beyond that and think like an entrepreneur. If you can do that, if you have the hunger of an entrepreneur, that is when you're welcome at Gabbit, because, you know, at Gabbit, everyone, like we say, that, you know, has to contribute towards making that a rocket ship. And if anyone is not operating at that speed, you know, it doesn't work out. So that's one, but we also have a very important second criteria, and we actually, again, let go of a lot of people who don't meet that criteria, is honesty. A lot of people might have that hunger, that talent, but you're not honest. You're trying to make things up. You're not telling me, like, you know, whatever experience you had, you're trying to take more credit than what you actually did, right? Like, you know, and we can see through that with 20 years of experience. So if we see that dishonesty, where you're trying to kind of like show things more than they are, create, like, you know, create up stuff which is not real, that doesn't work at all, because we are a very flat organization. There's actually no title at Gabbit. And the only thing that matters is that you come in and you work with humility and you're honest with everyone, with the customers, with our team members, everyone around you, with your vendors. We are always 100% honest. So that's the second very important criteria.
Perfect. I think that sets the tone well for the audience questions. Can we, why don't we start with you?
When did you know that you were ready to launch? What is that consumer trust that you were like, okay, this is it, this is my product, I'm going to roll it out? Because there's always something that you might have underbuilt or overbuilt. And while we build, we're always like, it's not good enough, and that kind of delays things. So when did you feel you were ready to launch?
If you overthink, you'll never be ready to launch. So that is the bottom line. So you have to, like, you know, define for yourself what is that, like we call like the MVP, like, you know, what is that, like, you know, minimum version of that product that you're ready to launch. And I'm sure you guys would have read the stories. A lot of like big startups, they started with a WhatsApp group. You don't even need a product, right? You have a thought. The main question is that a burning, like, you know, consumer problem that you want to solve that's giving you sleepless nights, and you can't sleep without solving that problem? If you are at that stage, you're ready to launch, because then you'll figure out a way to launch. Then you'll figure out that WhatsApp group that you need to start, you know, those 10 people that you need to talk to. What is that one, like, you know, surrogate way that I can test the market, that I can test the demand, that I can put something out there and see whether it's going to work or not, right? And then you go ahead, like, you know, I have created such an expensive product. I have spent like 2 years building that. So on day one, what did I have? Nothing, just my conviction. Like conviction for me and my co-founder, right? So the two of us and our conviction. So first and the most important thing is that conviction, is that belief in that thought, in that problem that you want to solve, and the belief in yourself. If you're doubting yourself, it's not going to work out. So start when you have full belief in yourself, and then continue to have that belief in yourself and continue to be resilient, because it's never going to feel like you've figured it out. Even after doing it for 5 years, I'm sure, no one will tell you even after doing it for 10 years that, oh, now I can feel like, I have it all figured out. You're always figuring it out as you go along. So you will build it if you're resilient, if you're confident, if you have that self-belief, and you have that burning consumer problem that you really want to solve.
I think the problem with smart people, including myself, is we over-intellectualize. And I see that, in the meeting rooms, kare ja rahe discussion, I said, why don't we just launch it, get the feedback from the customer, iterate and listen and do it. We get a kick to make simple things complicated. It's not. I think it's, if you have an idea, you're passionate about it, you just need to start. Don't intellectualize it, because there is no limit to it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I just had one follow-up, like a short one. How did you earn your consumer trust? Like, how did you get your first consumers to try out your product, and like your first contracts in terms of like your businesses?
That's your entire GTM, by the way. So again, I think we cannot solve your difficult problems. The other thing I would say, as a founder and a CEO, you can never delegate the most difficult problem of the organization. If you ask me what should be the culture of your company, what should be your GTM, what should be the problem statement, you have to figure it out. None of us can answer it here.
I'll give you a quick pointer on that. Your first set of customers ideally would come from your network. That's where most founders start. And then you have to find people who are not going to give you answers that you want to listen to. Because that's the problem with starting with your network. You will tell them give them a product and say, how is it? They don't like it, they'll still tell you, hey, it's amazing. But that's the trap. And hence pushing yourself to then either know that in my network, these are the people who are going to be brutal and who are going to tell me it's not good. And then I want to listen to them more than everyone else who's trying to make me happy. But then quickly, how do you make sure you have yardsticks defined where I gave you my product to try because you're my friend. Did you recommend it to 3 other friends? And did they actually come and buy to me? For example, right? Like the simplest of things. So how are you quickly going beyond your network and then expanding beyond, and you're seeing that traction, that word of mouth where people can't control, they can't keep it to themselves, but they are recommending it to others. That's the biggest benchmark I would say, and that should be the goal, that how do I reach a product. And that's how we are growing as Gabbit, right? So I can't pump in so much money, even though 14,500 feels like a lot, but then the more expensive the product, the more people think before buying, right? So you still have to pump in a lot of money. So the reason we are able to grow sustainably without burning a lot of money, and we raised our money 4 years back and we're still very happy with that, is because we focus a lot on this customer love. And we always track, okay, if I'm spending money to get you, are you getting me more, right? And that's the yardstick.
Perfect. I just have a small question. So given that both of you went to business schools and high pedigree business schools, Harvard and IIM Calcutta, do you think in the current career landscape an MBA holds the same amount of value as it did in, let's say, a decade back? And secondly, does institutional pedigree matter as an entrepreneur or not? Has the industry warmed up to the fact that skills are as important as institutional pedigree, or do you think that that journey will take a little while? And by the way, Arnav is also on his way to Harvard Business School this fall.
Yes, we heard that. Yeah.
What do you want to do in life? What's your goal? But today, right now, what is your answer?
I work with Ashoka in...
So entrepreneurship, right?
Yeah, more or less.
I'll be brutally honest. I think if entrepreneurship is the path, there is no better way to spend your time versus building it. So, of course, HBS has taught me a lot. No disrespect to the institute. There was an amazing network. But what I have learned over the last 5 years as a founder by doing things, I don't think being a protagonist in the classroom, solving a case study would have been would have taught me the same thing. Having said that, see, when people go for an MBA, very few percentage of folks choose the path of entrepreneurship. You know, a lot of my classmates went to private equity. A lot of my classmates went to venture capital. And I think there it gives you entry. It opens up a lot of doors. So that's the reason I asked you that, again, I will never make a generic call out or generic advice. But if I have to think about entrepreneurship, like customers will teach you the same.
So I would give a slightly different perspective. I feel to the question where you were comparing like the time we graduated and the time today, I definitely feel the value that organizations are putting on the pedigree has reduced significantly, which is not to say that there aren't use cases where they would still be valued. And the reason that's happening is, one, primarily because there are all these startups which are dominating the world, compared to the times when we were graduating, where it was the most of the companies that will come to campus would be the consulting firms, the investment banking firms, the banks, and the FMCGs, PNGs of the world. So they had a different DNA, and their way of evaluating was, okay, where did you go to and what did you achieve? The way startups work is very different. Like you heard from both of us, right? We're looking for that hunger. So we didn't say that we're looking for that degree, right? So in today's world, it's a choice that you have, which a lot of folks in our times didn't have. Because if you wanted to do well in life, you almost had to go for some degree, some good institute. But today, even if you did not go to a great institute, even in your undergrad if it wasn't great, because at one point you woke up in life and you decided that you want to be amazing, and you spend all this time learning from YouTube and becoming amazing, and then you go in and show this amazing work that you've done in your free time as a freelancer, wherever, a startup will consider you. That would not have been the case 20 years back. So the world is changing, and hence there is more of a choice that students have today on whether they want to pursue an MBA or not, because even without an MBA, there are a lot of doors that are open for you, which 20 years back would not have opened for you. So that is where I would put it.
Got it. I think we had a few questions yeah, there we go.
Hello, yeah. Thank you for the interesting discussion. So my question is around following your passion. So you mentioned that you have discovered and followed your passion. The thing is that in today's time, what are the signs that you think the passion can become a sustainable business?
When I started talking about my journey, that's one thing that I called out, right? That it's a trap if you feel like I want to follow my passion. Because every passion, and again, it depends on your goal, right? If the goal is to create a lifestyle business, then any passion is good to pursue. If the goal is to create a large-scale business, for example, then you cannot just go with passion. Because every passion may not translate into a large-scale business. So the question then becomes what it is that you want as the starting point, what is your goal, what kind of business, what scale of business that you want to create, how you want to create that. That's one. Second, let's say assume, because if it is a small scale lifestyle business, anyways, you can pursue passion, the answer is very simple. But if it's a second category where you want to create a larger scale business, but you still want to pursue something that you're passionate about, that is where you need to think deeper. Because personally, if you feel that's a problem, may not be a problem for others. So I won't say that blindly you should just follow your passion if you want to create a large-scale business, because then you have to go deeper and you have to see if there is a market that exists out there. Is it something that's a pain point for millions of people out there, or at least hundreds and thousands of people out there? Because only then your business will survive, will scale, will grow. So really, that's the spectrum, and you have to figure out, and if that passion does not give you that answer, then you have to figure out maybe there's another passion that you have that might give you that answer.
I'm assuming when you say follow your passion is equal to follow your heart, somewhere along that line. So, firstly, I will say, entrepreneurship makes you philosophical. So I have built so many frameworks in my mind as a founder. And one thing which I've realized is the big decisions. You have to take it from your heart. And then once you have decided this is what you want to do, put your heart aside, and it has to be mind over matter, because everyday grind you will not enjoy. But you will still keep doing it because the decision, the why is from the heart. So I am so sure that in order to have that resilience, in order to have that ability to go through the pain, it has to come from a very deep calling. And discipline should take over once the decision is made. Then it doesn't matter what your friends are saying, what your parents are saying, what your family is saying. Then you have to do it, and you'll keep doing it because it's coming from within.
Got it.
Sorry, I just had another question. The thing that in today's times, like, what are the mistakes that young people are making when they're following their passion, like according to you?
From an entrepreneurship perspective, I think one thing I have seen the reason why people want to become a founder, because it has become very glamorous. Like, I was on this show, Bharat Ke Super Founders, and we had this celebration, and people were like, oh wow, there's so much glamour, everyone is on the stage. And I was telling them, please do not get blindsided by this, this is just maybe like 2 hours, but it has a decade of hard work and tears and cry. So please do not build it to show off. Do not build it to call yourself a founder. Build it because you really love building. And not everyone has to be a founder. It's not necessary. It's not, as I said, this is not the only path. But a lot of the times people will come to me and say, hey, I want to build something. What should I build? You need to figure out what is the problem that excites you so much that you can literally have sleepless nights, as we were discussing earlier.
I think another important thing I would add is I see a lot of young founders that I meet. They get excited about this idea and then they assume that they'll be better than everything that's out there. But that's an assumption. They don't have enough research, enough data points to back why they would be better, either in terms of their own capabilities, skills, or some gap that they found, some research that they found. Why do you think you would all of a sudden do the same thing in half the cost, or 5 times better than others who have been doing it for 10 years? That logic, that reasoning is not defined, and there's this euphoria that takes them over, that I can just rule the world. That euphoria is great, but you have to back it up with some work, some validation before you actually take that step.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can we have it there?
Hello. Thank you so much for the very insightful conversation. I wanted to know that how has being a female founder shaped the way that you run your business, and what would be one thing that would be like a non-negotiable that you would not take out from your company, that one mindset that you would not want to ever let go of being the founder of your company?
So when I operate, I forget I'm a woman, because I don't believe that we should have a different way to operate. I believe that I operate as a founder, so I'm just a professional. I forget who I am when I'm working. I am just focused on the problem that I'm solving, and people who work with me, they know that every minute I'm solving a problem, and we don't spend any time in presentations, discussions. Come, what's the problem, solve, move on, what's the next problem? So sometimes when we start thinking too much, I'm a woman, you're kind of probably giving into the narrative that the society is feeding you, that you are a woman and you have all these constraints, you have all these problems. Yes, I might have a very different life compared to a man, and yes, that does exist. And I do find ways to integrate that. I have a daughter and her life to manage, and I have a house to manage, and I also have my startup to manage. But when I'm working, and I know that these pockets that I need to take time, when I go back home, my life might be very different. But when I'm working, I'm same as anyone else who's working. So that's one. Second, then becomes in terms of you talked about values that I would not let go of. So for me, the most important thing is honesty, like I spoke about, because I truly believe that's the cornerstone of creating an amazing startup or an amazing company. Because if I'm honest, that means Of course, all of us define these amazing visions and goals. But the problem is that most companies are not honest about those visions and those missions and the goals that you define. But if I'm making a promise to a consumer, as Gabbit, I want to make sure we give it our best and we actually deliver that promise. So we have gone out of our way so many times, like, even if, like, let's say someone needed, we have a same-day delivery on the ring. We're the first ones globally to offer that on a product like a smart wearable or ring. And sometimes, whatever reason, like, maybe a delivery executive has a problem, in some area has a problem, but someone says that, no, I have this anniversary and I want to gift this, our team will go out of the way and will do whatever it takes to still deliver you the same way, because we take our promise very, very, very seriously. So that is the honesty, and like I said, like honesty inside the teams. If I'm telling you that, hey, I have tried doing everything and like it has not happened, that actually means I've tried doing everything, right? So if I'm telling you that this work will take 2 days, it's not that it's actually a 2-hour work and I'm inflating it to 2 days just so that I can chill. So honesty is one value that, I would never let go of.
It's a very difficult question, to be honest. I think very similar, on the same page, that I don't think myself as a woman founder. Having said that, my experiences have also made me very conscious about how this world is not a fair place. And I don't take the responsibility as a female founder and a female CEO lightly. So I would still call myself a woman founder, because I have grown in a city where you are not even allowed to show your face. You are not allowed to make any decision in the family. When you go and walk on the streets, there are no women out there. So I always think about what would have been my life if I was born in a neighbor's house, if I didn't have that mother. I am sitting here not because I'm a very super sharp person. I'm sitting here because I was fortunate to be born in a family with that working mother. And I take my privileges very, very seriously. So I'm aware of my privileges as a women founder. And I've made a promise and commitment to myself that I'm going to do everything, whatever it takes in my circle of control, to make a difference. I'll give you a very small example. When I was starting Open Secret, manufacturing is such a hard business. I was very clear, nahi, hum to outsource kar denge, sirf marketing karenge. I visited so many manufacturing plants in Bhiwandi. Not a single factory had a toilet for women. I wanted to use a restroom, they didn't have any. And I said, in my factory, women will run the show. So if you're in Bombay, I invite you to come to our factory. It's run by women, the quality head, the manufacturing person. And the reason is very simple. I cannot talk about women empowerment, I cannot write women empowerment on LinkedIn if I'm not making the difference in my circle. And if I sit here and I give you all the gyan, but if you're not earning money, if you're not making money, you're not going to be able to make decisions. So if you truly want to empower women, you have to make them financially independent. And that's the problem, to be honest. I hope we can be honest in this room. I know so many funds. They take money from their LP saying they're female-focused funds. And when you go and talk to them, they're like, wo to fundraising strategy hai. Like, there's so much BS happening on social media. Like, women empowerment is the most abused word. Like, you can go raise funds. There's so many like debt funds for women. I don't know how much money is going into women funds. And I understand that, it's a capitalistic world. Somebody was saying US is a capitalistic world. India is also a capitalistic world. Everyone is here to make money. But it's so important that there are authentic leaders, that when you say something, you mean it. And I am unapologetically a feminist. I will do whatever it takes to bring more and more women. Of course, it will be merit-based. It's not, a gender is not your qualification, but I will ensure, at least in my circle of control, that it will be an equal world.
That's fantastic. Do we have anybody else with questions? Yes. We can start there. You had your hand up for a while. Yeah.
How do you know when to call it quits? कि यार अब नहीं. मतलब I don't know. I've read a lot of like literature, philosophy, कि हाँ sunk cost fallacy हो रहा है, economics हो रहा है. Heart is not saying कि no, but you have to be objective about the reality surrounding everything. And I just wanted to ask that कि यार how, because it's such a hard decision.
Again, I think I'll give a very philosophical answer. I think it's just like in a relationship when you fall out of love. So when the why is not exciting enough, when you wake up and the problem that you're solving is not something that you're in love with, I think you might want to walk away. But if you are in love with that problem and if you are truly motivated to solve it, you will always figure out a path. So whether it's a relationship, whether it's a person or a company, I think it's all about the love.
I'll give you another perspective, having done few startups and spoken to a lot of founders. One practical way to think about it is you are trying to do your best. You have, let's say, have a strong why, you're very passionate about it, you have given it your all. After giving it your all for a certain period of time, and you have to define that period of time, it could be like, 1 year for someone, 2 years for someone, it cannot be 10 years. Within that, let's say, window of whatever that 1, 2, 3 year that you define as per your industry, product that you choose, have you reached a point after putting in your heart and soul into it for that long where you don't have to oversell, where people are coming and asking for it, where they're referring it to others, where you are not, your day is not spent like solving all the issues that your product is causing to the customers. They're coming back and complaining about 10 things which are not working out with your customers. Versus do you have like a lot of customers proactively writing to you that, hey, this is so amazing, like don't ever stop this product. If you reach that phase where people start writing to you that, hey, don't ever stop making this product, or this product has literally changed my life in X, Y, Z way, you should continue going, even if your customer base is small, because that means you have the opportunity to scale it. But on the other hand, if you have people just reaching out to you, how I thought this will do this, but it's not doing that, you're not getting referrals, you just really have to like, keep giving discounts to sell, that means something is not coming together and maybe it's time to revisit. And the first scenario where people are actually like, writing to you that, hey, don't stop it, it is possible, I've experienced it multiple times. And those are the signs I know that, okay, I've created something which is magic and I'm ready to scale.
Okay, I think since we've come up to the 5-hour mark, I think it's, I hope we can reach out to them.
Let's just take one last question because
Okay.
she raised her hand before you announced.
Okay, please. That's it.
Thank you for your very honest session, first of all. And I do recognize from the talk and through LinkedIn that you've taken a very traditional path in life. You've gone to engineering colleges, then to management colleges, and then you worked for a few years of experience and then chosen a path which you really wanted to do. But today, the starting of the session was Puneet sir saying that the coding world is getting, a lot of it is going to AI, which I also agree. When being a CS major, even I do that. And the managerial class in companies are getting shorter. But do you still think the educational quality which you got from being in certain rooms give you an edge to approach problems differently? Like being in those set of classrooms, being with those set of people, professors, that you approach a problem differently because of that educational institution and the knowledge you got?
For me, I can say that those institutes were the way for me to get exposure. I think you don't, like, it's very hard, I can understand, for you to visualize a world where there is no social media, where there is no YouTube, where there is no Instagram, where you can learn or from the best, right? Imagine living in an absolute silo and having no access to all this content, having no access to amazing people coming and talking to you. When I said that life is all about power of compounding and surrounding yourself with really smart people, the only way was to go to these institutes where there was a density of smartness, like high density, because everyone from the country was coming. So I would say, I don't think I will ever have that experience again. But in today's world, what social media has done or what online has done, it has democratized it.
It's no longer concentrated in certain geographies of the country, right? So I don't think I had the option not to go, because there was no other way to learn, to get inspired. I started by saying I did not even know entrepreneurship bhi hota hai till I was in 10th bhi spelling bhi nahi aata tha. So in that world, I only knew engineering. When I was in engineering, then I heard about, oh, people are thinking about going to HBS. What is HBS? So it was like a ladder, at least for me. Now if I start, I would definitely start differently. The second thing, I will be very honest to accept that I don't think I was confident enough or I was secure enough to choose a unconventional path. I was part of the rat race because I truly wanted to prove to the world that I'm intelligent and I'm smart and I'm worthy enough. Unfortunately, and I don't know why, it could be the social conditioning, I don't know, I've never answered, I never thought about it, maybe I'll think about it tonight. But now in my 30s, I have the security and I have taken that unconventional path and I don't care what people think about me. But earlier, I was part of the rat race and I wanted to prove to the world, which is not needed.
So to the question around AI and the jobs going to AI, I think if you are hardworking, if you are someone who is willing to learn and adapt, you'll always have a job and you'll always have an amazing job. The world cannot be 100% AI or 100% robots, right? Like someone will have to make those AIs and tell them what to do and decide. So unless we talk about a different world, which is a very different conversation altogether. So in the world that we are in today and foreseeable future that we see, I don't think anyone who is willing to learn and adapt is going to face a problem. You'll always have a job waiting there for you. Second part to your question, which was about the value of these institutions, I would definitely say that they do add a lot. The place that you go to adds a lot in multiple ways. The subjects that you learn are actually just like the base and the hygiene and the starting point. But even they add up a lot. So for example, I studied all this engineering and then I moved to Calcutta for my for my MBA, and I started working with McKinsey. So one would say that, oh, what happened to all your engineering, right? Where would you use that? But in my consulting days, early on, I was working with a private equity, firm, and I was evaluating an acquisition target for them, and that was all about agrochemicals. And within a week, because private equity projects are very short, they come to you, they give you 2 weeks, and you have to make the decision, you have to give the recommendation. So within a week, I had to become the expert on that topic and be able to talk to someone who has done this for 20 years. I was able to do that for 2 reasons. One, of course, I had a little bit of that scientific bent of mind, so it wasn't all Greek for me. Second, because I had learned so much in so many different ways. And that's just a capability that I picked up going to these institutions like IIT and IIM. Throw whatever at me, I can absorb, I can learn. So that is something that'll stay with you, and that is the beauty of going to these places, because you are thrown in a room with this smart set of people. You can't underperform. You're always performing at your peak. And that ability to perform at your peak and whatever problem is thrown at you, I can solve that. That is what stays with you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. I think that's a great ending point. And thank you all for spending our time with us. Thank you to the both of you for spending so much time with us. And yeah, I think I'll hand it over back to Choria. And
thanks, Arnav. Thank you to all our panelists for this thought-provoking discussion. You truly have helped us look at entrepreneurship in a new and inspiring way. As we draw this wonderful evening to a close, and before we move on to the awards ceremony, I'd like to invite Urmi Singh, the Senior Director of Career Development Office, to share the vote of thanks, please.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Ashoka University, it is my absolute pleasure to extend a heartfelt thank you to each one of you for joining us this evening. It has truly been an inspiring and energizing gathering. A warm thank you to all our distinguished speakers, Ahana, Arpana, Dipanjan, and Arnav. It's always a pleasure to have an alum back for sharing your time, insights, and vision with us. Your perspective have added remarkable depth to today's conversations. Uh, a special note of appreciation to my team at the Career Development Office who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your dedication, creativity, and energy have truly made this evening possible. For our students, this event represents not just career opportunities, but truly aspirational pathways where your ideas, analytical thinking, and creativity can make a difference and an impact. The teams presenting the pitch, all of you were remarkable. We're so proud of you. Regardless of who wins or not, I think each one of you are a complete winner, and we look forward to more such evenings, more such gatherings. Thank you so much.
Round of applause, guys, for our judges and also for all the participants today. Everyone's done really well. All right, so coming in third in today's pitch competition, we have Revitalize. Woo woo. Coming in second, we have Uplift IQ. Aban, well done. And coming in first, we have Detector Clip. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, all our judges, and a huge shout out to PlaceCom for their help during this evening. Yes, please.
Yeah, no, again, extremely inspiring evening. So one announcement which I wanted to do is that we meet a lot of founders. Like the pitches we went through, I think we go through hundreds of them in a month. But I can tell you with all honesty that I was really blown away by the confidence and the ideas. Right, all of the 5, while there are some winners, had some uniqueness, some moat. So on behalf of Fireside, I would like to offer a mentorship program, which so all of us at Fireside are very passionate about helping founders in a little way which we can do. So any of the, not only those 5 or 6 participants, but any other founders who wanted to build, feel free to write to us. We will set aside a certain time because a lot of the ideas to final execution has a lot of details, right? While a lot of interesting ideas where there were a lot of gaps as well on how you can sharpen it, how you can think about the GTM and so on and so forth. So to the extent we can help, we would love to do that. And and I'll close up by saying that this is the real building for the new India, and we need more Ahanas and Arpanas here to steer. Thank you.
So I had few things that I would also like to add on. So one, any of you guys who presented here, if you're interested in internship at Gabit, you can write to me, arpana@gabit.com. We selectively take interns, and we're always looking for, like I said, people who can build as entrepreneurs. So if you want that experience of being in the startup world, you're welcome to write to us. And particularly the top 3 startups, the winners that we have, I would like to also offer, since you guys seem to be also very close to having a prototype, I'm not sure of the third team. I didn't see anything real there, but the first 2 seem to be very real. So since you guys are close to that, being that real, I'm happy to also work with you as a mentor if you would like to reach out to me, and others as well. Feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
The internships, we're happy to facilitate it, but just route it through the careers office, just to make sure, yeah, we have this. Otherwise, you'll be flooded with, yeah, just, yeah.